Uh, hmm, all ready? Good evening. I would like to call the August 8th, 2023 closed session city council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kendrick.
Here.
Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal.
Here.
Mayor Males.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, sir. At this time, members of the public may only comment on closed session items. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to individual council members. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers.
Thank you. Council will now proceed to closed session. Thank you for joining us. A reported closed session will occur after the deliberations.
You plan on being thirsty?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All night long. All night long. Oh, we got a crowd here. All right. Whew. Good evening. I would like to call the August 8th, 2023 regular council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city website and by Zoom teleconference. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear you. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kendrick.
Here.
Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal.
Here.
Mayor Mills.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. Is Larry Diggs here? No Larry Diggs? And, okay, so you feel like preaching? I'm sorry? Where? Huh? Larry Butler? Okay, Larry Butler. Okay, the invocation will be by Larry Butler with a, well, I don't know what church you're with, and after which council member Linda Krupa will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. That's Larry Butler? Oh.
Everybody, concentrate on the higher power. And Heavenly Father, we ask you, Father God, to bless us. Bless us, Lord God, during this meeting, Father God, keep us protected. Lord God, can control our emotions, Lord God. Allow us, Father God, to be focused on what we need to be focused on for our city of Him, Lord God. And I ask you, Father God, to protect our council team, Lord God, and guide them in the way that you need for them to go. And Lord God, we ask, Father God, for protection of everybody in the room. And we ask you, Father God, in these things, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Butler.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will move to the city attorney's report from closed session. City attorney, can you give us a report, please?
Good evening, Mayor. There's no reportable action from closed session today.
Thank you, sir. We will now move to communications from the public. There is a 3-minute per person time limit for all general public comments on non-public hearing items. All who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. We will take public comments for items listed on the agenda. So I will start calling names. Okay, can we have Cindy Bedlard from Farmers Market, please? Can I get her? She's coming. These are next.
The two written public comments. The only one on the agenda. There are two written public comments for you. You don't have to
I don't have to.
announce them, just those are submitted.
So I just.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I just wanted to make a comment on the expansion proposal that's out there for the farmers market. One of the things that I am absolutely opposing is that the parking is going to be in any of those places for proposals. The parking is going to be treacherous. Kind of bad enough the way it is right now, with a lot of the vendor trucks parking on public streets instead of in private parking. And I don't really understand why that's being allowed to go on. Some of the vendor trucks have been asking people to move their vehicles, even though it is public parking. And there's been a lot of controversy over that. Some of the expansion areas are some other businesses. Mike Farrow, who's just opening up down at Sales, definitely doesn't want the expansion down there because that's going to affect his parking. And he's just trying to start and open his new business and would rather not have that situation. So I think we're impeding on a lot of these proposed expansions. They're going to be impeding on a lot of the area that is now used for public parking for customers, and just not thinking that they've thought this through yet. I'm hoping that everybody takes into consideration that the parking for the businesses should come first. That's an important thing, especially here in the downtown area. We need to support the businesses that are established there and the fact that they need that parking for their customers so that the customers keep coming. And every time there's another expansion, it affects all the parking for those places. So I just wanted to voice that.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then Mayor, I did just want to note that we did receive 2 written comments that have been handed out to the council on that topic.
Okay. So I don't have to read them then, just, okay, thank you.
And those are for 16B, that's not on the agenda.
Not on the agenda, rent increase, business license. Can I have Louis D. Martinez, please? Rent increase.
Hello, good. My name is Luis Martinez, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and a few of my neighbors. The reason why we're here is because Pro Management Inc., they trying to add utilities to our rent when on our contract it states that utilities are included. Also, it's very unsanitary. Like the trash stays there for like up to 3 weeks when they trying to charge for trash, and they don't take it out weekly. We've been through like about 4 property managers within the last 6 months. And to our recent property manager, they told you that there is a change of tenancy just so we can stop bugging them about the rent increase. They told that they were not going to accept our rent if we don't pay fully with the utilities included. I said it's really unsanitary, and we do have a lot of leaks as well from the apartments to outside. And they try to charge for water when there's no water meters at all. There's no water meters. And when we asked them how they trying to charge it, they just saying that they trying to charge it based on the household, which is really uncommon. Also, we do have an electric gate that it has not been working for like the past 3 years. And because of that, we have a lot of homeless people coming in. They already broke into a few of the laundries because they charge for laundry. So they took all the coins out, and they took about like 2-3 months for them to repair it. And then they leave their carts there, their grocery carts, and then they just come the next day. It's been so bad that it got to the point where they try to break into people's houses and also cars. So that's something that we would like to address with them.
Don't we have a new rent control committee? No. I'm sorry?
I would say you refer to staff.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and refer this to staff and see what we can do. If you can leave or do we have his name here and number? Yeah, we have your information. I'll give this to staff and they'll be in contact.
Okay, thank you.
Fred Bergloff and donated time from First Christian Church, Mr. Larned. Oh.
I'm Fred Bergloff. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Several weeks ago, we consented to have our church looked over by the fire department because we want to be safe. Afterwards, we get a comment on requirements. Provide business license. Excuse me, what? Okay, so I went, talked to the young lady. She said it's a requirement. What's the law? Doesn't matter. It's a requirement. So I talked to the chief of the fire department, good guy. He said the issue should be taken up with the city council. Well, then I go to the business license section. Lay says there, yes, business licenses for churches are required. Really? No argument. So I check out your business license. You know, definition of business? It is a person or corporation or whatever who actually sells a service or a product for profit. I'm sorry. That's not us. We're a church. But you require a business license. Interesting. In your law about business licenses, once you say you require one, it is unlawful to conduct business in Hemet. So by your interpretation, you've made the church unlawful, and we can only exist with your permission. That's not true. You see, a person in the United States is a created being. Genesis says, and God breathed life into the nostrils of Adam, and he became a living soul. That's the church. We don't qualify as a person under law. Okay? So this is why we are going to refuse your requirement to have us have a business license. Now, also, when you get a business license, you agree to fall under the laws of business, which means ultimately, depending on who is in rule of the government, you would never do it. But under the law of business, you may actually dictate some of our public policies because we are against what the business law says. You may even control who we hire because we may not interview the accepted people under business license. So if the city council in the city of Hemet wants to control a church and make a church unlawful, you got a problem. Because you're acting under color of law. What's the First Amendment of the Constitution? Congress shall make no law, and the understanding is for all governments. You see, when we have the Bill of Rights, we didn't need the Bill of Rights. I don't know if you know that or not, because our rights are given by God, inalienable rights. We don't need the Bill of Rights. You need the Bill of Rights because the Bill of Rights limits your actions. You don't grant rights to the people. The Bill of Rights limits you. And in their business licenses, it limits your authority. You have no authority in the United States of America, in Hemet, to require a business license of a church. You've overstepped your authority. Thank you for listening.
Mayor,
Yes, sir. Go ahead,
if I could briefly respond.
please.
The city municipal code, section 18-45 E1 specifically exempts charitable nonprofit organizations, including religious organizations. They're expressly listed as being exempt from the business license requirements. So I think we will have another one that's maybe directed to staff. Staff can work with the speaker to find out what the disconnect is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. That was him. Okay. All right, hold on here. Harry, you donated your time, right? Okay, so this is void. Okay, so Cindy Bakay or with Stoney Mountain Ranch.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Nice to see you again. I am back to discuss the matter with Stoney Mountain Ranch, a resident. We're on the far west side of Hemet with a big problem with speeding within the community. And also now, in addition to the speeding, with the development up Esplanade into 4 lanes, I come to find out after speaking with your city engineer, no lights are going to be put at our entrances. We have 2 entrances on Esplanade and that's it. We don't have any other way in and out. And with 4 lanes of traffic now going at 70 miles an hour, it's going to be dangerous, extremely dangerous. And also a snippet, school starting, and those kids that are in our community, a lot of the high school kids walk along Esplanade to Costin. There's nowhere for them to walk but a little piece of blacktop this big. It's gone. So now they're walking in the dirt and there's hundreds of dirt semi trucks now coming, hauling dirt out of the community, out from the San Jacinto development that's coming up. So it's the dangers is increased quite a bit. But the main cause we're here too for is the speeding in our community. I know, Mayor, you've discussed that with us. It's something we need to address because it's not just a little speeding. Cars are speeding at 45, 50 miles an hour through our streets. We have extra wide streets, so it offers them a lot more opportunity to think it's a freeway and not a community. So any attention you can give to us, we appreciate it. We've had some thoughts, of course, about speed bumps or speed signs, but those don't usually work. So anything that we can come up with would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you. How many from Stoney Ranch or Stoney Mountain Ranch? I'm not going to call you all up. I'm going to let the city manager talk to you about what we've been discussing.
Okay.
So if you don't mind, sir, please.
Sure, Mayor. So we did receive public comments at a prior meeting, and following that meeting, I've specifically talked to Councilmember Peterson because this is her district, as well as the mayor. Following that meeting, and in addition to that, staff has worked on some plans to bring a public meeting to the residents of Stoney Mountain to talk about some public safety options. This would also be something that would be appropriate to bring forward to our infrastructure commission and receive feedback on. The fast track approach to this would be to go straight to a public meeting where the staff would work on presenting information about options and putting the residents to work in helping us identify some solutions that might work for them. And then we would go to the infrastructure commission before coming back to the council with this good feedback from the community. The initial plan was to bring a report to you for options and then recommend a process that would include engagement with the residents. We can fast track that if you would like, but that's just something that we're working on. And I think the timeline in our minds conceptually was within the next meeting or two, a informational report would come to you. And then shortly thereafter, 3 or 4 weeks later, work with the community, probably to schedule time at the library upstairs to have the space to work around and invite the Stoney Mountain community to that space. So we have a lot of room to work with there. I hope that's helpful. Happy to answer any other questions you have.
Thank you.
Does anyone that's submitted paperwork have any questions to what he just discussed that are from Stoney Ranch or Stoney Mountain Ranch? Sir?
So from a notification standpoint, we can send a mailing to you. And if you have representatives or an association body, that would be helpful. And I know we will work with the council member as well for your district. Good. And I know you'll help us spread the word.
Yes, sir. we are going to expedite this. It's going to be in a short matter of time, not a long period of time. So we are going to expedite it. Again, you'll be hearing from Council Member Peterson from now on. She's your council district member, and she will be contacting you and letting you know when this comes to fruition. Yes, sir.
Mayor, I would recommend that I can follow up with the residents. Perhaps we can schedule a meeting to talk about issues first, and then work with representatives of the neighborhood to schedule a larger meeting where everyone will be invited. But I think there are a lot of issues here to talk about and talk through, and we're grateful that you're here to share your concerns so that we can respond to them.
And this is something that we're going to work on. We already talked about the whole thing, and we're going to expedite it. It's not going to take years. It's going to take months, but we'll get it done. Okay. Thank you guys for coming. We appreciate it. Thank you. Andrew Allen.
Council, Mayor, there's a lot to talk about, but I mean, just to touch on what I have no affiliation with Stony Creek, but it does bring us an interesting point. If you look at the city sidewalks, they're deplorable. You got weeds growing out of them. They're broken. They're non-maintained, and they're asking about a sidewalk. So if you guys put in a sidewalk, are you guys going to maintain that one the same way that you do the rest of the city sidewalks?
This is a bigger item than just
Oh,
the
no, it's
sidewalk.
huge.
This is
It's
speed.
huge. I mean,
yeah,
even the
speed bump.
88 lawsuits the city faces with the sidewalks in town, it's just a matter of time before it happens. The C-Click Fix app, it's a bunch of garbage. I reported the weeds in front of my business in 21, kept touching base on it, personally sent you an email on 7/21, no response. Sent you a text message to your cell phone, which I got from a friend, no response. Reach out to some friends, city comes out, they have your contracted mower come out, field across the street, clips a 1-inch gas line. Now, fire department has to shut down the street, close my business. I got no full schedule of customers, can't get them in, can't get them out. Got people blocked off at the street. They mow the lot in front of the business. They leave all the crap all over the sidewalks, trash, everything. I had to go out there and rake it up myself, make a phone call to a buddy in the city department, say, hey, dude, what the hell? He's like, you know what? Let me make a couple phone calls. They cleaned up the lot in front of me, but where he mowed across the street, all the shit that was underneath of it just mowed, and it's everywhere. Erica Griffith came out and I talked to her about it. I'm like, dude, look at this stuff. I mean, there's no accountability. I mean, yes, as a business owner, I think that the business owner should be responsible for their property. I own mine. You go look at it. It's maintained perfectly. Sidewalks clean. I go out there every morning, make sure there's no trash in front of it. Weeds, none. So it's really frustrating that being a business owner in this valley for 23 years, there's no incentive as a business owner. I mean, if I reach out to the mayor and get no response, I have to reach out to city workers to get a reply and get things done. It's just really sad. It's just disheartening. So bought that building in 2019, went to the building and code, nothing about the parking lot. Owned it 4 months, got sued for ADA. They didn't say, hey, you know what? These are our recommendations. So it cost me another $16,000 on the top of the money that I saved to buy the building. Go to buy a roof. Again, I've talked about this before. Paid for a permit. Inspector looks at the ladder, says, I ain't getting up there. What the hell did I pay for it? It's just really frustrating. Even as a resident born and raised here in Hemet Hospital since 75, you look at traffic enforcement with people talking about speeding. I can remember Officer Gardner as a kid pulling us over. Hey, get out and give me 20 push-ups and pick up 10 pieces of trash. There's speeders, there's red light runners. There's no enforcement in the city at all. There's nothing. And just a minuscule part driving down the road. You look at the red painted curbs, they haven't been painted in over a decade. It's just stupid things that just aren't maintained in the city. I mean, I could go on and on and on. CNR&R. We're contract. You guys gave up the contract with them. I haven't had my recycle dumped in 4 months. I have to coerce the trash guy to dump it, but yet I got to pay for that. A green waste, which we don't have because it's all concrete. We have to pay for a food waste, which we don't have because we're not a restaurant. I mean, I could go on and on and on with the things that are wrong with this place. That's all I got. I mean, I could go on, but what's the point?
Thank you. Thank you. Ah. Smith? I can't pronounce it.
Rasheen?
Who?
Rasheen?
Roshane Smith? Or Rashani Smith? Anyone with the last name Smith? Okay. Oh my gosh, let me tell you, Tony LaPico or? Okay, good.
Mayor, before we get started, my colleague comes up and gives city council some information we want to talk about tonight.
Tell me your last name.
Okay.
What is it?
Low Piccolo. Yes. Low Piccolo. I'm going to get my own 3 minutes here because I'm not sure where you guys have that.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, citizens of Menifee. You know where I'm from. I'm from Menifee. Okay, we start over. Give me my 10 seconds back. The citizens of Hemet. There we go.
There you go.
My name is Tony LoPiccolo. I'm the president of Southwest Riverside Crime Stoppers. Here with me this evening is Carla Gonzalez. She is our secretary. Lisa DeLuna is our director of social media. Behind me is Greg Day. He's our chief information officer. I want to present to you in the city, Southwest Riverside Crime Stoppers. We are a nonprofit charitable organization that is managed by responsible individuals and business owners in the community. We want to make sure this community remains safe, and we want to assist the police department with gathering crucial information and tips that help solve crimes. As you know, the Hemet Police Department prides itself on being an agency that puts victims first. Your police department has kept this community one of the safest communities in the United States since 1910. That's my research, so hopefully it was correct. For these reasons, Southwest Riverside Crime Stoppers came to the Hemet Police Department in 2022 and asked to partner with the Hemet Police Department to start the first Crime Stoppers in Riverside County. Chief Poos and Captain Mike Arlano, they knew the model worked and immediately expressed their interest in supporting our startup. Crime Stoppers encourages members of the community to assist local law enforcement agencies in the fight against crime by overcoming the two key elements that inhibit the community's involvement, that is fear and apathy. We have a anonymous tip line that you can call, which is in your folder. We have our website, which is www.swrcrimestoppers.com. That's with 2 P's, council member. We also have an app for your Droid and your iPhone. And what that does is gives you it encourages the citizens in the community to volunteer vital information helpful to law enforcement agencies to fight crime and stay completely anonymous. This is an anonymous organization. It is important to note, again, callers and online tips remain anonymous and are eligible to receive a cash reward if the information given comes through Crime Stoppers, is anonymous, and leads to an arrest. Cash rewards would not be possible without the generous participation of area sponsors. For that reason, I'm here speaking to you, trying to get the information out about Southwest Riverside Crime Stoppers. We're also looking to expand our board of directors. Also to receive donations for future awards.
Time's up.
Well, but we had that exchange of my name, Mayor. And my name is 13 letters, so. I'll wrap it up here quickly. Those that donate help in our mission to continue to make Southwest Riverside County a safer place to live. As we look towards the future, we hope to expand our marketing reach in Southwest Riverside with a big focus on working closely with our local law enforcement agencies and be a more effective tool for solving crimes and catching the bad guys. Your police department generously supported our startup with a one-time seed money, and we thank you for that. Also, City Council, we thank you for that as well. As a board, we are hopeful that the City of Menifee and the Hemet Police Department will continue their monetary support to help us along to help solve crimes. On behalf of the Southwest Riverside Crime Stoppers Board of Directors, we want to say thank you for believing in us and our mission, and for enabling us to assist local law enforcement in making a difference in your community.
Thank
So,
you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that.
Robbie Carbone. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Just said general on there, so. PJ?
That's Stony Mountain.
Hmm?
That's Stony.
No, not her.
Hi, my name is PJ. I'm the manager of the After Five. I'm here in regards to the farmer's market being expanded over into our back parking lot, which also is parking for numerous businesses in the downtown area. And I just feel that we are opposed to that because we've had various community events in the front on Harvard Street, and it does take up a lot of parking, and we have no problem with that because it is annual, but having it be on a weekly basis would be detrimental to the business and the parking of all of our businesses, and I just don't think it's a good idea. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Bruce.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members, City of Hemet. I'm here in opposition to the farmer's market. I'm a business owner on Harvard Street, and we host a lot of community events for children, for special needs individuals, and I'm just kind of concerned of how that will be altered before the safety. I know there's a tradition of the forgive me if I pronounce it wrong. It's De La Morta, or it's the Halloween activity that we had our first annual last year downtown that Sonia Lamos is hosting. So there's a lot of events that we have down there for community and for family. And so I'm opposed to it because I don't think there's a clear idea of how we would handle parking for that. So I oppose. Thank you.
Thank you. Judith McPherson.
My name is Judith McPherson. Technically, I do not live inside the city limits, but we do own property in the downtown area at 101 East Florida, 121 East Florida, 135 East Florida. Okay, I'm going to not specifically talk about the proposed expansion of the farmer's market, but I already have heard some remarks about activities, yet some of those activities that have just been described were never run. Some of them were not run under the guise of an issued permit.
I want to talk more specifically about downtown parking overall. Back in it a little over 10 years ago, CUP, a conditional use permit 10-015, shooters applied for. And we are the landlord, they are the tenant. And there were several conditions that they had, that we, or that they had to have parking for, I believe it was, I can't remember, it was something like 52 minimum parking spaces. To my knowledge, we are the only, that's the only business in the downtown area that has been required to have access to private parking. Okay, sadly, I have to say that the individual in the planning department, after her son was hired by the business owner at Shooters, jumped over and did not make sure that one condition in the CUP was abided by, and that was that there would be a reciprocal and shared parking agreement, meaning if the business needed parking, they needed to pay for it or get into a lease agreement for that parking. Because the parking lot behind Shooters and ARE and Team Quest and where the farmers market is held is part of a flag-shaped lot. Okay, it is not broken into 3 strips. That entire lot is with the farmers market, and that's where the farmers market has been taking place. Now, over the past several years, I have been viciously attacked and vilified because I will go park in our parking lot because adjoining businesses, namely Sweets, a prior owner, Robert Clark, would put on once a month car shows on our lot against our permission. We worked over and over, month by month, asking the city to stop this. The entrance into the car shows were paying $25 and $50 each to the business owner, Robert Clark, across the street. It was finally city manager Alex Meyerhoff that put a stop to these because I was persistent. The liability, if you can imagine, they were never allowed by us. If we were going to do it, we would have charged $25 and $50 a car. Okay, it went on and on and on. And now we have posted legal signage that this is a tow-away lot. And a woman that just spoke from After 5 has stood out there and sent people over to confront me on my private property. And I have a video of her standing in the street saying that is not private. We can go over there anytime we want to, 72 hours, you can't do anything about it. I was physically attacked by a group of women on April 19th after they came out after having been drinking because I had asked them to move their cars. They started dropping the B word, the F-bomb. One went around, reached into the open passenger side of my car, the window was down, and grabbed my hand and grabbed my cell phone. I was scared to death. I then realized I had another phone in my car. I called 911. It was after that when the bar manager from After 5 came out and taunted me in the street saying, "You're a troublemaker. You're nuts."
Judy,
Okay.
Judy, you're way over your time.
I'm sorry, but there's a long history. That is a private lot. It's posted. We pay more than $3,500 a month for property taxes and liability, not for other businesses to use.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger Leclerc.
Thank you. I'm good to meet you. I'm happy to be a hematite or whatever we're called, and everybody doing a good job. Though when COVID came along, there was a dip in the code enforcement in my neighborhood. I don't live in a gated community or a one with the association. So I depend on the city to keep my sidewalks available to me. And in truth, it's okay with me if there's 5 guys living or 5 families living in the next door house and each one of them's got a car, but I don't want any of them across my sidewalk. your tree, your plant, your bushes. If I have to leave and walk in the road, around these things night after night after night, well, I'm kind of a sidewalk kind of guy. I'm not really a code enforcement kind of guy, but at the same time, we've been neglected some. And I don't want to call out my neighborhood, Linda, but the whole city needs more attention to some of the softer forms of code enforcement and weed abatement. And that's all. Good job.
Roger, you don't have any contact information. I'm going to pass it over to the city clerk. If you can put your contact information, I'd appreciate it. That way we can get in contact with you. Mac McPherson, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I didn't plan on talking, but I heard some of the other comments and thought I'd speak. My mother laid out some of the negativity and the bad things we've had to endure. I'd like to talk about the positivity I've been able to bring downtown. We've been hosting Christmases since 2016 when we had them at Destination Coffee Shop. We started Rocky Zarp as the Christmas Santa Claus. It's now a tradition. I was integral in bringing the Christmas parade back downtown. It was me initially came to the podium and first introduced that to the council once the median was put in. This will be the 5th year we've had a Christmas tree lighting. It's been a huge positive thing, benefits all the businesses. But yes, parking is a huge thing. And that's the reason we only shut down half of Front Street. We're leaving the entire egress, the one-way eastbound, closest to after 5 where PJ has her business. And I go by there, my office is right there. And Saturday, Friday nights, I've never seen more than 5 cars there. So and we don't have a beer garden anywhere, purposely don't have a beer garden. As much as people said, you need to have a beer garden. I was like, why would we do that when there's like 5 bars in walking distance? This will benefit all the bars. Shooters loves it. Even Sweets loves it. Our guys will come over. The wives are shopped. They'll go get a beer. So it benefits everybody. Mike's Discount. I was the one that set that up. I introduced the IRUs to Mike, initiated the process, and Al at Boys Burger finalized it. So I'm proud of the fact that I put that together. And it was Mike and Al, or pretty much Al, that approached me about the car show there. I didn't plan on including that in our market at all. I just did that as a favor to them because they were having unpermitted car shows. I said, here, I'll offer the permit I paid about $7,000 for. I will blanket it over your guys' car show so it's all legal. You guys keep any proceeds you make from your property on your property, and everybody's happy and it benefits everybody. But now I hear tonight Mike didn't want that. So news to me. If they don't want to do that in that parking lot, that's fine. We still have the other 3 locations, which is more than enough. I know there's something I'll probably forget. I didn't write down much. Yeah, I think that's it. And as far as the food trucks, we've never had one parking disagreement unless for a certain individual who came over and purposely parked in the way and then tried to get in a physical altercation with my vendors when they wouldn't move. We've never had a problem with any food trucks or anything. They're all legal, they're permitted, and I think it benefits everybody. It's been a huge catalyst, even to the opposition across the street that don't like me. It's benefited them as well. So that's all I got to say. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Simon Shu.
Council and the city of Hammond citizen here, Simon Shu speaking. I wasn't going to come up here because I have low self-esteem because of being a Chinese American, and I don't speak very good English. So every time when I speak in public, I get nervous. But today I have come to speak out for myself. Okay, I'm not against the market at all because I think it's good for business. I even wrote a letter before to the council member. Whatever you do, the farmers market is good for business for downtown. Okay, the instance happened was like when they have the market on the Matthew McPherson, that a lot, and they put a corn at the public parking, and not anybody parking, like since at 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock. So nobody can park in the public street. So then they have a vendor coming to park, right, to sell the food. So that's illegally. I don't know, did they collect money from the vendor or not? So they do not want to put the vendor inside the parking lot because the shooter, the business owner, I think they're against it because they have sell food over there also. They collect rent, but they put a vendor in the parking lot. So they did very beginning, put it inside the parking lot, outdoor, they put it outside, which is a public street. That shouldn't be allowed. Then the one day that happened, what happened was one of my cousins named Steve. So he parked a car right across the street by the parking lot, which is a public parking. Then the vendor was yellow truck, so called Cheese. The guy name is, I forgot his name, is Matt. And he came into our restaurant, says, you need to move because I have to do business here. So my customer, Steve, says, excuse me, because this public parking, I have the right to park there. You cannot tell me just move. Then he threatened my customer and says, you don't move? Okay, later on your car can damage, I'm gonna respond for it. So then I have other customer in the bar says, hey, you have to leave. So then the Matt left. Then I came to restaurant and they told me what happened. I said, you know, I told Steve, was my customer, I said, he came to my restaurant every day. I said, Steve, they're a small business, you know, and can you do me a favor? Can you remove your car? And I don't have any problem with them. So please help me out. So I said, I can walk you to cross street. So you move your car in case you get a jump on again. So I walked to the cross street. I made him move the car. He said, okay, I'm gonna do that for you. He moved the car. So then I said, then I talked to the vendor. I said, no, my guys moved the car so you can do business. Okay, I'm not against you, but I don't know, did you pay the fee for them or not? So if you do, that's illegal. So what I suggest you, don't come next week because all my customers got upset. Okay, because that's public parking. You know, they can park, so they won't come to park all the way on that street on your side. I said, so I don't want to do that. I don't want to happen. That could have got a fight. Plus, they use the social media, which is a headline news, attack me every day. Everybody knows that. Okay. So anyway, so then I told the guy, I say, you know, Matt, can you do me a favor? So don't do that no more. Okay. If you want a place, you can park behind their property. That's my property there. I can let you use it. No problem. That way I don't charge you. That's okay. But you do it on the street, it's wrong. Okay. You get a citation. So that's what happened. Then they on social media attack me, says I bribery. So I say I try to pay him, buy him out to my place. It was wrong. Now
Simon,
we talk about the
Simon, you're already
sorry about that.
50 seconds over
Yeah.
your 3-minute period.
Okay, sorry about that. So that's all lie. My tenant, Mike, Super Bargain, the rent place at the sales rock wasn't him. He rented from sales rock himself. And he tells me he don't want anybody parking lot because he rent the place. So he didn't talk to him at all. I got text. So today he couldn't show up. So later on, I will have him write later to the city council member, all my tenant on north side and south side. So I proved that what has happened. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. For those that wish to join by Zoom, you will be asked to raise your hand if you would like to speak. Please state your name and item you are commenting on before speaking. We will take public comment for items listed on the agenda. City Clerk, are there any members of the public participating through Zoom that would like to comment on any items?
Thank you, Mayor. Now is the time for public comment, and if there's anyone on the Zoom call, now is the time to speak or raise your hand. And I do have a caller. Google Pixel is the name. You are live with the City Council, and I've just asked you to unmute.
Okay, this is Ann Smith. I'm sorry I couldn't do it on my computer. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. I have 4 quick agenda items that I would like to mention. 15B, like and boy, I don't know who thinks 40% reserve is a good idea. I don't know what you'll do when you run out of money. Maybe you'll come up with another tax scheme like Measure U. 15D, like in dog. I want to know why is the reappointment of a library commissioner more important than the expired commissioners of the planning commission, particularly when you have a planning commissioner who's a leader, who leads the commission, that has a conflict of interest with the Chamber of Commerce, okay? 15E, regarding the appointment in infrastructure, while I appreciate the contributions of former councilwoman and former Mayor Van Arsdale, I do think it's time for some new blood, and I really hope you'll consider Terry Larned. And last, 15J, regarding the purchase of a new 2023 Ford 350. I just kind of scanned the staff reports. I didn't read it thoroughly. I want to know what's wrong with the one that the city currently has. How many miles does it have on it? Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. If there's anyone else on the Zoom call, now is the time to raise your hand, and we'll give you just a few moments. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no further public comments. Thank you, sir. That'll be end of comments, and moving on to presentations. We will now move to presentations. Council Member Jacqueline Peterson will present the National Back to School Month Proclamation to Jimmy Allen Fuller from Western Science Academy. Can you come up to the dais, please? Thank you, sir. Carol. Okay, Carol. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Jackie. Sorry, Carol. Caroli. Titan. Thank you, Titan, for job well done. Thank you, sir. How you doing, sir? Thank you. Well, good. All right.
The City of Hemet, California proclamation of the National Back to School Month. Whereas schools are the backbone of our democracy, providing young Americans with the tools they need to maintain our nation's precious values of freedom, civility, and equality. And whereas by equipping young Americans with both practical skills and broader intellectual abilities, schools give access to an educated and productive future. And whereas employees of educational institutions, be the custodians or teachers, bus drivers, or librarians, work tirelessly to serve our children and communities with care and professionalism. And whereas schools are pillars in the community, bringing together adults and children, educators and volunteers, business leaders and elected officials in a common enterprise. And whereas the City of Hemet recognizes the importance of schools and education by offering literacy, homework, and other educational assistance services through the Hemet Public Library. Now, therefore, Joe Mills, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of August 2023 as National Back to School Month. Congratulations.
Thank you. Let him say something. Let him say something.
We appreciate the recognition. Today was the first day teachers reported back. So we're getting ready for the school year. Back in the day, we used to start in September, but that's changed now. Now we start earlier. First day of school is the 14th. So thank you to the council and for the proclamation for Back to School Month. Thank you very much.
And just a quick note here. I called Titan probably around 4 o'clock and said, Titan, I need help. I need a teacher. And he did the job, and he's part of the mayor mentee program with Malcolm, and he was also a Boys State representative for the American Legion Post 53, a good man, future senator.
And Titan is a reason we do this. This is the type, this is young, this type of student is a reason that we get into this, into education, and he's our proof. Yeah.
He's a good man. Thank you. Do we have a Hemet Library presentation? We do. Okay. Next, we'll move on to the Hemet Public Library 20th anniversary presentation.
Good evening, Mayor,
I'm going to call
Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Thank you for allowing us a few moments to speak. I'm Kathy Keynes. I'm your senior librarian in charge at the library. And this is our trustee, one of our trustees, Felicia Young. And she is here with me to present to you our lovely, we have a new bag with, this is what's also on our elevator. And inside you will find informational things, so that when you talk to the community and they ask about the library, you will have some information to give them, give the community members about what it is the library has to present to you. There are a couple other fun little things in there too. So I promise 2 minutes, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Oh, and I forgot to mention, these bags are available for free at the Friends of the Library workshop.
Sorry, guys, you don't get one. Oh. We will now move to receive and file. Next, we'll move on to receive and file. Are there any questions from the city council on these two items? If not, we will receive and file both 13A and 13B. So is there any questions? Pirelli.
Yes, I have questions on both 13A and 13B. So on page 32 of the agenda packet, we had a bill for the city attorney. So I was concerned about the amount. Let's see, so that's on page 32. So I just wanted some clarification. The total was $266,715.82.
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. My name is Tori Roberts. I am the Administrative Services Director for the city. And we have feel that we've addressed a lot of your questions, but I want to make sure that we specifically target them as they come up. So I appreciate the one-on-one transaction by transaction approach. So in relationship to the invoices that were paid for the city attorney services, we had a conversation and we learned that those were invoices that just hadn't been submitted to the city in a timely manner. And so they all came in, we reviewed them to make sure that they were appropriate for the services that were provided to the city. And so if memory serves, those invoices are all for the period of December of 2022 through April. And that's what those services are for.
Great, thank you. On page 91, so this is the air cards, and I brought this up, I believe, at the last meeting. So I'm seeing a big difference in amounts. I guess I'm just not understanding, is there not an unlimited plan, or I'm not understanding how this works, why we have such big differences in the amounts.
Are you seeing differences in amounts across the individual invoices, or?
So some of one is for 5,000, yet we have others that are $40. So I guess I want to understand this more, because like I said, I I have unlimited data, so I'm not understanding why there's such a variation in the amounts.
Sure. So what you're seeing there is actually a reflection of allocations by department. Some departments actually incur significantly more data because they have more users of these devices.
On pages 92 and 93, the Wildan charges. So the building charges were 187,000. So my question would probably be to the city manager, what are we doing to get permanent staff on board?
This is related to the planning staff.
Well, building and then planning also.
Yeah. We have recruitments underway. We do have a number of vacancies in community development. So should the recruitments continue over a prolonged period of time, I think it's fair to say that the staff has had some conceptual conversations about ways that we incentivize recruitment. And those will be forthcoming should we have an extended duration here. But I think it's at the moment a challenge because we're down about 4 staff on the community development side. On the planning side, we have a chief building official recruitment that's been paused pending some additional work, and we expect that to be resolved soon, and we'll proceed with that recruitment.
Thank you. That was also on 13B on page 152. So it was just kind of explanation on that.
Councilwoman, in addition, we also have professional services that are provided by Wildan in addition to the staffing augmentation services that they provide to the city.
Okay, yeah, because it just says building charges and planning, so it doesn't differentiate.
Right.
So I was concerned just with the amount that, that I see coming through on every warrant. And that's, let's see, actually on page 162. So it's showing that we have $2 million loss on the portfolio summary and a $216,000 loss on the income summary. Are we looking at making changes to avoid future losses, or is this just kind of a temporary?
Certainly. So as far as our investment advisory service provider, I wanted to help the council to understand a couple of the pieces of the puzzle that are contributing to those numbers. So your questions that you had funneled to the staff included a couple of subcomponents in addition to the primary page. So I think if it's okay with you, for the sake of brevity, I'll address the summary level information. Is that sufficient?
That's fine.
Okay. So in relationship to the $2 million unrealized loss, from a investment management perspective, those are losses that are normal market swings in relationship to the duration that you hold any particular asset. So said differently, if I can give an example, I hold shares of Amazon stock. I also hold shares of Disney just as a regular shareholder. And so in good times, Amazon stock and Disney stock goes up. And then in bad times, that price goes down. And so in relationship to the cost that I paid for that stock, I may have an unrealized loss because you don't realize a loss from a financial reporting perspective until you actually sell that stock. And so what you're seeing in the $2 million unrealized losses is basically just regular market swings that exist. And then the other portions, those, plus 180 or so $1,000 for, or excuse me, minus that 180 or so $1,000, I think it was 190 for May, and the previous months before that actually had realized gains. And so what you're seeing, those are natural market swings. I think that I'm actually going to be working on meeting with our investment advisors just to make sure that we're doing our best due diligence for the city to manage any realized losses, because we want to make sure that we're mitigating those on, for the sake of the taxpayers.
And then I did have other comments, but that kind of clears that up. And then my last comment was, in the staff report, you explain expenditures over 500,000, but I was wondering if maybe the council wanted to kind of lower that to, I was thinking maybe explanations on anything over 200,000. No. Oh, okay.
What was that?
She wanted more information on anything under, like she wanted it at $200 instead of us getting information on stuff over $500.
Can I think if you go through there, a lot of let me start over. I think we put it at 500,000 because to that, it's exceptional. We do have contract invoices that come in the 200, 300,000 range that have previously been approved by council. And if they're in a contract and we don't, I think even our Edison bills come over, they're a lot of money each month. And we would be calling out probably half of what we paid for. And we decided a while back that 500 was a good limit. We needed to make sure that we called those amounts out and had an explanation of exactly what it was for. But the rest of them we can go through, and if we have highlight, we just ask staff. But if it's for 500,000, we want an explanation in writing in a staff report.
Okay, that makes sense. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else? So can I get a motion to receive and file both 13A and 13B?
I'll make a motion.
Second? Huh?
We just received it.
Yeah. Oh, we just received it? Okay, well, that's good. No motion. We will receive 13A and 13B. Moving on to public hearings. The city council's procedure for public hearing will be as follows. Staff will provide a report and clarification of items presented. The public hearing will be open for comments for those in favor of or in opposition to the item, followed by the rebuttal to any comments made. The public hearing will be closed and the city manager may respond to any questions raised by the public. The public will not have an opportunity to respond. Discussion will be brought back to the city council for direction or action. Can we get a report from staff on this first item? 14A, please.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the public. I'm Monique Alanis Slater. Tonight is the urgency ordinance for car wash moratorium. The proposal is in alignment with the goals of quality of life and organizational effectiveness. At the June 13th, 2023 City Council meeting, staff presented a work study on existing entitled car washes and pending applications and discuss whether or not to consider minimizing the overbuilding of car washes in the community on commercial properties in the city. At that meeting, staff was directed to pursue a zoning code update and zoning code zoning moratorium on the establishment or expansion of car washes. So pursuant to Government Code 65858, a city may adopt an interim ordinance prohibiting any uses that may conflict with contemplated general plan, specific plan, a zoning proposal that the legislative body is considering and or intends to study within a reasonable time. For the immediate preservation of the general health, safety, and welfare, provided that the ordinance contains a declaration of facts constituting the urgency and is passed with no less than 4/5 vote of the City Council. The proposed declaration includes a statement that the proliferation and saturation of car wash facilities within the city poses a current and immediate threat to public health, safety, and general welfare. The loss of other development opportunities in commercial properties. Also that the use yields minimal sales tax revenue and low employment base associated with a standalone car wash, including the loss of land that could be utilized for more desirable and sales tax producing uses. Other factors to consider include water conservation and health and safety concerns such as noise and traffic. The city intends to study the issue associated with the allowance of car washes to ensure that the use is in balance with the needs of the community and that in a manner that does not result in overbuilding of car washes facilities on commercial properties. Also that the continued use and allowance of added car washes in the city is inconsistent and in conflict with the land use element goals of the City of Hemet's general plan. The car wash moratorium would affect any property in the city of any zoning district. It would be prohibited except for existing applications that have been formally submitted, that are already in the pipeline and formally submitted or entitled. Any proposals that have come through as a pre-application would not be accepted for formal submittal. With that, staff respectfully recommends that the City Council open the public hearing and receive testimony, as well as introduce and read by title and waive further reading of the urgency ordinance of the City Council, the City of Hemet, pursuant to Government Code 65858, establishing a 45-day moratorium on the establishment or expansion of car washes to take effect immediately upon adoption. This concludes my presentation.
Council, any questions?
How many car washes do we have in process right now? Thanks.
Currently we have 4 applications in process that include, and then we also have 3 that have been entitled as well, that are already in the construction phase of development.
And how many total car washes are out there?
With the existing proposals, including pre-applications, we would have 26, but without the preliminary ones that were submitted, we would have potentially 22 to 23 car washes in the city.
Are they all on Sanderson and Stetson? Well, anyone else?
Just one question. If we proceed with this, and decide that we really don't want any more at all, ever, can we extend that 45-day to make it a longer period of time?
Yes, what we can do is extend, if should the council wish to extend the moratorium, we could extend an additional period of up to 1 year and then additional extension. However, the council could direct staff to prepare an ordinance, evaluate the potential for prohibition of additional car washes in the city.
Along with that, could we then designate certain areas that are allowable and not allowable?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilmember, I did just want to chip in there. The purpose of the moratorium is to give time for the city to study and come up with a permanent ordinance. So we typically wouldn't use the moratorium just for the purposes of keeping something prohibited, but as Monique stated, the council just wants to put a prohibition in place and to remove this as a permitted use. That's something that can absolutely be done.
Carol, did you have something?
Yes. So on page 280, it, let's see, 280. So I think there was discussion about it, manufacturing zone. Yes, item C, for purposes of this ordinance, car wash shall mean car wash, full or self-service in a commercial or a manufacturing zone, but I don't believe I saw that in the staff report. Or maybe we should clarify, because it looks like they're prohibited in some zones in the manufacturing, but not all.
Yes, and just for clarification as well, in the ordinance, it identifies that car washes are prohibited in all zoning districts. We could clarify that by updating this subsection C to all zoning districts.
That's all I had.
Thank you for your presentation. No other concerns, questions, any? I will now open the public hearing. After the public hearing is closed, we will bring the item back to council for discussion. Any city clerk, do we have any registered comments or speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. There's no registered speakers, but I'd like to call out on the Zoom call. Now is the time to raise your hand to speak on this item. And I do have one comment. Ann Smith, you're live with the city council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Ann Smith, you are live with the city council meeting. Your hand is raised. And we'll give you just a few moments. I believe Ann Smith may be having some technical difficulty.
Maybe it was raised from the last question she had.
And then I did just want to chip in to address Councilmember Kendrick's question. One of the reasons why we had that language in there was we wanted to make it clear that we weren't prohibiting the washing of your car. Car washes are prohibited. So that's one of the reasons why I was limited to commercial and manufacturing zones, but I think we can tweak the language a little bit to sort of get to your concern. You can still wash your car.
And there's no further public comment.
Okay, thank you, sir. I will now close the public hearing and bring the discussion back to the council. Can I get a motion and a second?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
City clerk, may we have a roll call?
Do a voice roll call on this item. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lilienthal, second by Councilmember Peterson. Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lilienthal,
Yes.
Mayor Males,
Yes.
and that motion passes. I'll read the title for the record. To read by title only and waive further reading of an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, pursuant to California Code, Government Code Section 65858, establishing a 45-day moratorium on the establishment or expansion of car washes to take effect immediately upon adoption as amended.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to 14B. State your name, please. Not.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Noah Rao, Public Works Director, to present the update for this year for the 5-year capital improvement program. Right, here's a brief overview of the updates that have taken place to the CIP this year. We've had 9 projects closed out and removed from the program. 8 modifications to existing carryover projects, 9 new project requests. With this update, there are 88 total projects in the program. 59 of those projects are carried forward in various stages of progress, and 20 projects are projected for future fiscal years. This slide is a list of the 9 projects that have been closed out and removed from the CIP in this update. I'm not going to read them all out, but we're happy to have these completed. This slide moves into the projects that have modification requests in this year's update. We've got State Street water line improvements. This project is progressing in design, and the city is coordinating with Eastern Municipal Water District because they also have a project to install a water line in the same stretch of roadway. This project has been planned for a while, and the modification request is simply to increase the estimated budget as the previous estimate was a bit outdated. CIP 5627 is for water quality treatment of wells with high nitrate levels. This project modification is to reprioritize and remove the existing appropriation for use on higher priority projects. We will request appropriations again for this project in the future. Currently, that's estimated to be in fiscal year 26-27. For CIP 5659, we are modifying the scope to reduce it from the entire stretch between Kirby to Lyon down to approximately 700 feet closest to Lyon. There would be some additional work on Lyon and on Carnation in the same area. With these modifications to the scope, no additional funds are requested. Continuing on modified projects, 5676 is to replace a modular office at the courtyard at Public Works. Earlier this year, staff received pricing to replace this building, and the cost was $150,000, but only $75,000 was available. So this is a simple request to ask for the additional necessary funding. CIP 5749 is a pavement rehab project. The modification proposed here is to take the existing citywide pavement rehabilitation project with 2.5 million of Measure A funding already appropriated, add an additional 500,000 of Measure A funds, and then also include the additional 2 million of general fund dollars that was included in the adopted budget for this fiscal year. And the thought here is to create one larger project and provide an economy of scale and best value to the city so we can maximize the amount of work we can get done and that's going to be focused on some streets that are in the grind and overlay stage before they fall into needing a full reconstruction. All right, moving on to a couple new projects in the CIP, but not new to you. These were previously approved individually by the City Council. The CIP is a living document, and during the year, these projects came up and have been approved, but still need to be added to the program during this annual update. CIP 5746 is funded by a state per capita grant. While this was previously approved to accept the grant and solicit bids, it still does need the funding appropriated. Next, there's the Simpson Memorial Center facility improvements. This was a council approved project with funding already appropriated, and it's just being added since this is the first available update. All right, moving on to new project requests. We have one for recoding water tank number 1. This is critical for the water system maintenance program and declared necessary by the most recent tank inspection. Next is the water system supervisory control and data acquisition update. The existing hardware and compatible software used in the city's water system SCADA, they're becoming obsolete, and so it's requiring a system-wide update. The next new project request is for converting streetlights and Sierra Dawn from the existing high voltage series system that's inefficient, obsolete, and dangerous to a typical 240 volt LED system. And so this will require replacing SCE electric service, installing new wiring in the existing conduits, and installing new LED heads on each of the 84 poles. This project has been included in the Streetlight Assessment District budget. The next new project is the Auto Mall Street Rehabilitation Project. So this will just rehab all the streets that are in really poor condition in the Auto Mall. The remaining 5 new project requests for this year are the routine infrastructure projects. The first 2 are Measure A funded street maintenance and rehab projects. The third one is the Gas Tax Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Act project. And then we have the sewer and water infrastructure maintenance projects. This is a chart showing the total new requests totaling $14,276,446. And they're split between 9 different funding sources. The amount includes the modified existing projects, postponed projects, and the brand new projects. The CIP update supports the quality of life objective of the strategic plan to enhance the visual appearance and provide improved infrastructure to the community. That concludes my presentation on the annual CIP update. Staff is requesting that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 23-24 through fiscal year 27-28 capital improvement program and authorize the Administrative Services Director to establish the total project appropriations for new requests only. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any comments from the City Council?
Thank you for that presentation. I have 3 comments, well, questions and comments.
Okay.
On the Sierra Dawn project, is Edison doing any of that work, or are they doing all of the work?
They are only going to be providing a new service pedestal at a 240 volt single phase. And so we won't be using the high voltage 5,000 volt system any longer.
But they're doing that part, and then city staff is.
We've had to submit like a project request with SCE so they can change the service.
Okay,
they're providing.
so any guesstimate on how long they're going to delay us?
They are critical path. Hopefully not too long. We're in direct contact with the planner, so hopefully not.
Okay. The other one, when we're doing the pavement analysis thing that we're doing to find out the condition of all of the different pavements in town, there was a public comment about the condition of our sidewalks. Is it possible, as we are doing a pavement study survey, that we can include the sidewalks in those particular areas also?
I do believe that's a service that provider offers. As they drive, they have the cameras that can reach and they can include the sidewalks, but it is an additional fee, and it was not included in this past survey.
Is there any way that we could look at something like that and include it so that we can take in the condition of our sidewalks at the same time and get them fixed?
I think that would be a great idea, and I would probably want to do it because we'd want to do another survey of all the streets in a couple of years anyway, and include the sidewalks with that.
Okay, very good. Mm-hmm. And then the last thing is, this has been an enlightening presentation the way you did it this year with those projects that are carried over, those are completed, and these are new. And I'm just wondering if when city manager and staff give the quarterly and semi-annual updates on the budget, if we could have a short update on CIP projects at the same time to see how many were completed and if any progress was made on any of the others.
I don't think that would be a problem.
I don't want to make extra work for you, but I think this is something we really need to keep an eye on. Thank you. That's it.
Carol?
I just have a couple questions. I'm really happy to see that the diff is getting updated. Can you tell me the last time it was updated?
The last Nexus study for the diff was in 2006.
Yes, I'm very happy to see that on there. For the Seattle Basin, that indicates that they're interim improvements. Can you explain to me why they're interim and not permanent?
Well, the master drainage facility is going to take a long time just because it's being coordinated through the county. and it kind of relies on some of the development in that area as well. Tres Cerritos East would be conditioned to, help in building part of that facility. So just due to the timing, I think there may be some other studies and improvements that we might have to do in the interim to keep the area safe from flooding.
Great. And then my last question was on the McSweeney Parkway crossing. My question is why are we doing this and not the master developer?
So this is one that had started well before my time. And we have, since I've been here, we have reallocated all of the work over there back to the master developer. We're trying to just close out this last part of this project. It is considered sort of nearing the end of construction, so we hope we can close that out as soon as possible. And then it will be all master developer project.
Thank you so much.
I just have one question. I see we have the LED safety lighting and pedestrian countdown signal heads going, and is that the city doing that, or is that a company from that is?
That is it's an HISP funded project, which is a grant, and we have a consultant and a contractor that's doing that work.
Oh,
right
they
now.
do that work. Okay,
Yes.
I've seen them working out there, putting these on. But my second part of my question is the syncing of the lights. Who's in charge of that? Who does the syncing?
So all the timing, they're all kind of standalone, and they're based on time of day. So we will be working with our traffic consultant to try to get them synced up based on the time.
Do we
of
have
day.
someone internally that does that, or do we
No,
have to?
we only have consultant traffic
Okay,
engineers.
because there are problems with our lighting. We'll talk about it later. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions or? Okay, no? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, sir. I will now open public hearing. After the public hearing is closed, we'll bring the item back to council for discussion. City Clerk, do we have any registered comments or speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. There's no registered public comment. However, I'd like to call it on the Zoom call. If there's anyone on the Zoom call that like to speak on this public hearing item, now is the time to raise your hand and we'll give you just a few moments. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no registered public comment.
Thank you, sir. I will now close the public hearing and bring the discussion back to the council. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
I'll make a motion to approve this item.
I'll second it.
City Clerk, may we have roll call?
Motion by Councilmember Peterson, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Council, please cast your votes.
The other way around.
Excuse me. Dyslexia. Mayor Pro Tem motion and the second by Councilmember Peterson. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, sir. Now we will move on to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration? I believe so.
I would like to pull D and E.
B as boy or D as in dog?
D is in dog. E is in epsilon.
Ooh.
Yeah, echo. There you go. Not epsilon. Everybody. And 15P, if we're going to deal with that.
Papa?
15P.
Papa, okay. Anyone else?
I was trying to wait for you guys to go, so I wasn't pulling so many. 15A, 15C,
is in Charlie.
Yes. 15F. 15G.
Golf.
Uh,
G is in golf.
Yes. 15I. 15K. 15L and 15O. So it's
Crowley. Is there any left for anyone? Okay, so we got I, so I don't need to pull it. Anyone call J? Red City, outside of California purchased. 15J for me.
J.
J as in Joe. And 15, did someone pull 15L already?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, Crowley did. Okay, so we're good. Anyone else? Malcolm?
They're already pulled.
Everything's pulled. I don't see B pulled.
BE, no. B is not pulled. I'm showing B, H, M, and N as being. the
You got boy?
left.
15?
No, I'm showing them as they're still left.
Oh, they're still
You
left.
want to pull them, I mean.
Do I hear B? Do I? Okay, so we are going to, what is that? H or M N?
Those are what's left.
Left, B H M N. Okay, so. Oh, can I have a motion to approve the items that are remaining, which are 15B, 15H, 15M, and 15N as in Nancy?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion? City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0.
Oh, where am I? That we're done for the day. Well, let's start off with Linda. You don't have that many. We'll go with the orders. 15, or do we have to go in order?
Go in order.
Okay. Caroli, 15A, please.
I just believe there needs to be a correction made on page 423. It has me giving reports on 3 different items, and it has Councilmember Peterson is blank. I think that's reversed.
Yes, actually, thank you, Councilmember Kendrick. There was a memo sent out prior to the meeting. Actually, I'm recommending to strike through the entire council reports. It's not generally submitted in the council minutes. It's inconsistent. And so due to template version control, we're recommending to delete the council reports completely together.
Yeah, I missed that memo. I'm sorry.
Motion?
I will make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Second. Okay, Linda.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Krupa. And Councilmember, to clarify, that's to approve it with the recommended amendments.
Yes.
Item C.
Moving on to 15C, please.
My only question was, why did this take so long to come back? It looks like it went to council in October of last year. So I'm just wondering why it took so long.
Thank you, Councilmember Kendrick. This is simply due to an oversight. At the time, the second reading wasn't brought forward to the next city council meeting. And so it's being brought forward tonight.
Great, thank you. I'll make a motion to approve 15C.
And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Kedrick, second by Councilmember Peterson.
Linda, we're moving.
That
to
motion
15
passes
I'm
5-0.
sorry. Yeah. We're moving to 15D, please.
Yes, 15D, I just want to express my appreciation to all of the people who submitted applications for the library trustees. Kathy Haynes, library director, and I interviewed, I think, 7 or 8 different people. And it was refreshing to know that there are people in the community who are really interested in serving on our boards. We selected what we feel was the best candidate in Larry Butler, and I believe he is here tonight. So stand up, Larry. There you go. Upstanding member of our community, used to be a volunteer at our library. So comes with a full resume of love of libraries, and I just wanted to call that out. And if there's no other comments with that, I would make a motion to approve.
I just have one comment. I've been noticing that these appointments are coming well after they've expired. So just want to kind of bring that to everyone's attention and try to make sure that we get these appointments done before their terms actually expire.
This is
Yes.
15D though, we're talking.
Yes, yes. So my motion stands to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0.
Congratulations, Larry. We will see you at the meeting on Thursday.
Moving to 15E.
Yes. And this is the same thing. There were a lot of candidates. And my appointment to fill my vacant appointment on the Infrastructure Commission, who was Carol Kendrick, who is now sitting up here with us. I felt it was important to go back to the same district and to have somebody with institutional memory of what goes on in the city, considering all the development and all of the streets and roads and all of that good stuff coming in. And that is why I selected Lori Van Arsdale for her institutional memory. And I stand by that. And with that, I also appreciate the fact that 2 other council members reappointed their people, because it takes a while to get to know what is going on with infrastructure. And we have some very good people appointed at this point. So with that, I would make approval of this item also.
Okay. Well, yeah, I was kind of confused because I thought we were getting individuals from each district.
We are.
Because District 1 and District 4 doesn't have anyone.
District 1 is what I appointed.
I mean, let me look, hold on.
I believe there are 2 commissioners on infrastructure that are in District 2. There's one, Mr. Sawyer is in District 5. Robin Lowe is in District 2. And I don't remember who was in District. Jeffrey Moore.
Yeah, we have 2 in District 2. We have Hendricks, Hendrickson, Robin Lowe, Jeffrey Moore, District 3, Raymond Sawyer, District 5.
Right, and I appointed to District 1.
I'm sorry?
I appointed someone to District 1. That's Carol's district. She was my appointee.
Okay, but the thing is that we have people that had submitted their resumes months ago, and like Terry Larned is one of them. He's wondering why he wasn't chosen. And I think Lori just turned her resume in about within 2 weeks ago. And I don't know.
As I said, I appointed her because of her knowledge of the city and her knowledge of different projects that are coming forward, because that commission is extremely important. And she is in District 1, and I filled a slot that was in District 1.
Already make your motion?
I made a motion to approve 15E.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Council, please cast your votes.
Come on, hold on. Okay.
That motion passes 4-1 with Mayor Males voting no.
Okay, so A, B, C, D, E, F. Move on to 15F.
Was that you or me? What? Is that- Yeah, that's mine. So my question on this one was, obviously overtime seems to be an ongoing problem. Was this position originally created as a salary position?
Good evening again. Yes, in looking back at the classification, this in our operating budget for 23-24 is classified as an exempt from overtime position, which is salary. And then I think you have a second half. Do you want me just to address it or?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and was overtime budgeted for this position in our new budget?
Sure. So, under the assumption and the fact that this was an exempt from overtime position, overtime was not budgeted related to this specific position and classification. However, there is overtime budget in the accounting string for this function. And so we're working under the impression, and I might have to get some backup from Chief Poost, that the department has actually planned for and has anticipated an appropriate amount of overtime for the services. This is above my height requirement. I'm only 5'1".
That's fine. Hopefully I won't make any pops on the mic. I'll stand right here. But yeah, we're able to monitor on the overtime, and this is for critical incidents. So if there's anything that we need to call the crime analyst out that needs direct assistance at that time after hours, we need them to come out. If it's something that could hold over till Monday or till the day that that person works, we can do that. I see minimal, if anything, it's a non-sworn position, and we're very diligent in making sure that we don't exceed our overtime for our budget.
Thank you. That answers my question. With that, I'll make a motion to approve. I'll second it.
Motion by Councilmember Kedrick, second by Councilmember Peterson. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0.
We'll move on to 15G, Caroli.
I just noticed an inconsistency between the staff report and the job requirements. So in the staff report, it says it does require an AA degree, but in the requirements, it said it could be a AA or a combination of experience with education. So I just wanted clarification on that.
Mr. Clerk, I think that we sent back a clarifying item. Am I mistaken there?
No, in terms of when you look at the job classification, it is inconsistent with that statement because it's an and or essentially, and it provides an example of how one might attain either the education or the experience for the position. And so my recommendation is to rely on the job classification. If there's feedback on that, then we can have a conversation about how to potentially adjust that.
With that, I'll make a motion to approve 15G.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Kedrick, second by Councilmember Krupa. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0.
Caroli, 15I.
So in the staff report, it talked about kind of working together with Murrieta and Menifee. And so my question is, why aren't they participating in the purchase of this equipment?
Okay, real quick, just a little quick background. And so the citizens are aware of what we're discussing. It's a rescue vehicle for our SWAT team. And we've had a SWAT team since 1989. We collaborated and joined teams with Marietta PD in 1998. With our MOU, we're all obligated to provide specific equipment, one being a rescue vehicle. In 2000, we added an additional city, which was Menifee. They're required to have all equipment, including a rescue vehicle. All the different cities do provide a rescue vehicle. Current one we have is at 15 years. These take about 2 years to build, a little bit less. So the obligation for all the teams is to provide that equipment. We maintain our own equipment. That's for all the members for the team. It is only operated by our members and it's maintained by our city. So everybody in this MOU is obligated. What this does, this allows to share resources. When we do have a critical incident, we have more than 30 other sworn officers from the city of Menifee and the city of Marietta that will assist us in our city. Due to the MOU, we don't pay their salaries, the overtime. This is a mutual agreement that allows us to function as a city. Our patrol can continue doing their resources while that incident is focused only by the SWAT team, which is combined as the Southwest City SWAT team, Marietta, Menifee, and Hemet.
Okay, that answers my question. And then you probably noticed I take a look at the quote. So it looks like the quote for this expired on July 12th.
The quote's confirmed. We've been in direct contact, and I'll confirm that if that quote is inaccurate or expired and they won't adhere to what our agreement was, I'll definitely have to bring it back to council.
And that's all I had. So I will make a motion to approve.
Hold on, I have a
sorry.
question. I'm sorry. Real quick, I know the G3 seats 10 to 12 fully equipped officers. How many does the G1 equip?
The G1, we could squeeze approximately total of 8.
8. Because I seen the G1 when I did my ride along.
And thank you for coming out. I hope
Yeah,
you
definitely.
had a better.
What are we going to do with the G1?
We're maintaining the G1. Of course, it's 15 years. We use, just like all our equipment, if we can maintain it as long as we can, we will. The importance of this is having the opportunity as things evolve in our communities and all the communities. There's a little overlap to make sure that we have that equipment and we're able to use it not only for specialized tactical events, but we could also use it for patrol purposes, which we have in the recent past. There was an incident several months ago where we used it on a barricade subject, and before SWAT was activated, that individual came out as soon as we pulled up. It's a good overall. That piece of equipment has saved numerous lives in the valley. There's one specific incident, if everybody remembers, K9 Sultan, when deputies and officers were taking rounds. Our Bearcat, which was the first on scene, took several rounds and was able to protect the lives of officers and deputies. Also, it's been used many times assisting out in different areas of the county, which there was automatic fire with several individuals in near the reservation area that was had a difficult time or weren't able to leave, and we were able to rescue them with this vehicle. And it really serves its purpose, and if you could save just one life, it's worth what we're paying for.
Thank you. Go ahead, Corona.
I'll make a motion to approve 15L.
Seconds.
I'll second.
Aye.
I heard a motion and second by
Mayor Pro Tem.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye. In point of clarification for the second,
Mayor Pro Tem.
council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0.
Moving on to 15K, Caroli. J. Oh, we have a J? I missed J? Oh, that's me. Let me find it here. My only question here is, who am I speaking with here? Yeah, it states that, let me find it. Purchase order, non-profit vehicle. My only question is, instead of selling this vehicle, why can't we donate these vehicles to nonprofits, or are they even capable by civilians to drive them? I'm not sure what type of vehicle this is.
The existing vehicle is a regular pickup truck, kind of much similar to what we're purchasing. The equipment on the back of it is it's a flatbed essentially, but it also has all the equipment on it. So if you guys want to donate it to another water agency or a privately owned water agency, I know.
So it has a flatbed on the back?
It's a custom built bed to hold the equipment that's mounted on it. It's not your typical flatbed, but it is a custom built flatbed for that piece of equipment.
Is this something building and safety can use, or when they go and pick up carts and things? And
the vehicle has been recommended by our fleet maintenance department to, it's time for its life expectancy is over. It's time to move on. Even though the miles aren't that high comparable, it's the hours it runs constantly when it's out in the street. So going off the recommendation of our excellent fleet maintenance department, they're saying it's time for it to move on.
okay, thank you. I'll approve 15J, or make the motion to approve it.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Mills, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lilienthal. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0. Item K.
Okay, 15L, please. Carol, or, K, 15K.
Okay. What is our replacement schedule? These vehicles seem pretty old, and just on that question, what is the typical useful life for these types of vehicles?
Anywhere from 7 to 10 years. But we did go to council in 2018 to have these vehicles replaced, but it was denied at that time. Council was concerned about the budget and didn't want to bring new equipment on and not have staff to run the equipment because the budget was in really bad shape in 2018.
I did note that the bidder has a note in there that says they'll try to honor the quote. And so I'm kind of concerned about that, the try. Maybe we can get that to be firm.
I did speak to the bidder about that, and that's typical language for their quote that they provide. But I talked to our procurement administrator. We have a separate agreement that we will provide the vendor, and that lists the current price that they are offering. So if they sign that agreement, we agree to that price. The problem is that Altech is the bidder, but they purchased the vehicle from Ford, and they can't control what Ford's prices are going to do. He said that it's very rare that it would change, but he just couldn't say that it wouldn't. But if it does change, then we'd have to come back and ask for supplemental appropriation at that time.
This bid's also expired too. It expired in June.
Yeah, and I did get a new quote. It doesn't expire until August the 31st.
Okay. And then the delivery is 49 to 52 months.
Or unfortunately, that's the supply chain. There's nothing that we can do about that. But that is what it is.
Thank you, Charles. I'll make a motion to approve 15K.
Second.
I'll second it.
Motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Peterson. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0. Item L.
15L, Carol.
So the staff report talks about that 74 and 79 will be cleaned up, but when you look at the attachments, it's only specific areas. So I think the staff report should have done a better job in just identifying those areas, because at first I thought, oh, great, we're going to have all this done. And can you explain why they aren't taking care of all of Florida and 79 within the city limits?
Yeah, Caltrans already has agreements with other organizations in the Adopt a Highway program, and they don't want to have two agreements for any one location. So the other areas are already assigned to other organizations to clean.
Are they on the same type of schedule as what they're proposing?
I don't know what type of schedule those organizations are on.
That's all I had.
I have some questions. Oh, you have something? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to add to that, that the two areas, the Elks Club does Palm to Costin, and the Rotary Club does Palm to Columbia. What we don't do is the median, and none of us do graffiti.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that this covers those areas for the median and graffiti, because that's not in the Adopt a Highway program.
So then Caltrans would have to continue to take care of those areas. Our agreement is only for the areas that are specified on the map for all the services that we're going to provide. So Caltrans said that we could only perform our services in those areas.
But the point, I guess, is they don't do it now. I mean, Caltrans does a lousy job of taking care of their own highways. So how do we get something into this contract, or take a big fist and talk to Caltrans about keeping up their portion of making sure they keep up their portions that aren't designated in this particular thing and is not covered by the Elks and the Rotary?
Well, that could probably be a meeting. I believe, Noah, you just have a meeting with Caltrans monthly, or you just? Yeah, they have a quarterly meeting, and Noah has contacts, so we can definitely pursue that.
Appreciate that, and I will follow up.
Okay.
Thanks.
Can we get a list of those other organizations that have adopted the other parts? It's only two?
There's only two on Florida. I don't know who has San Jacinto Street, but it's only the Elks and Rotary that has Florida.
Yeah, but we are assigned for San Jacinto Street, though. Yeah, so we'll take care of San Jacinto Street within the city limits.
And my questions were, we're doing bi-weekly on the outer portions of 74-9 and the monthly on the internal area. And the graffiti they're allowed to take off is only lettered graffiti, nothing else. And I looked up the company, Arcadia Eco Solutions, Inc. Well, I had help. And I'm just, they're a new company this year, March. They applied for their license. Don't we usually use people that we know that have been around for a while? This Charles Zhang or Zing, or the owner of the company, this company just started when this was requested.
They perform services for us, I think starting in about March. So they have performed these services prior to this agreement. The services that they provided, they did a good job. So our experience with the company is that they can perform the services.
When did they do that?
They did it in May and June
This year.
of this year, yeah.
Yeah, just looking at, a new business that just opened up, and we're going to give them hundreds of thousands of dollars. I just would think that, it was a company that's been around a while or something. So
We did. They like I said, they performed the services for us, and they did an adequate job. They had the lowest bid.
And I was also reading about the grant that who is it? They offer up to $350,000 from the grant of reimbursement to the city.
Yes.
So I know we went with the lowest, but I would have liked to have a company that's been around for a while.
Yeah.
Even though they're a little more.
Yeah, and during this year's budget, we budgeted $200,000. Not saying we could come back and ask for another supplemental appropriation.
But according to the grant, they give you $350,000 Caltrans.
Yeah, I understand that, but we budgeted $200,000, and we can come back to council and request the other funding. But I went with the $200,000. Since we budgeted the $200,000, I went with the lowest, the bid that fit within the budget that we have for fiscal year 23-24.
I'll make a motion to adopt 15L.
Was it? No?
Oops, I'll
Yeah.
second that.
Motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Krupa. Council, please cast your votes.
Carl.
That motion passes 5-0.
Moving on, 15O, Carol.
Okay, I just have a quick comment. I just prior to being on council, I had been looking at some final maps that have been approved by the city and had some concerns that some of the conditions of approval weren't being followed with the city accepting lots that were not our maintenance responsibility or conditions. So all I'm asking is possibly in the future, if we could have conditions of approval attached to final maps.
We will.
Thank you, Noah. With that, I'll make a motion to approve 15O. I'll second it.
Motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Peterson. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0.
And Mayor, with respect to 15P, the next item on the agenda, I'd like to not act on that tonight and bring this back at a later date. 15P.
Oh, okay. B?
P
We
is in
approved
Paul.
it. I thought we approved it.
No, I pulled it.
Okay. Okay, Linda, 15P, please.
The city manager just said we're pulling it and he'll bring it back
Oh,
at a
you said
later
P?
date.
Was that the one? I'm
Yes.
so sorry. I thought you said, okay, my problem. I heard B, so that's why I asked. Okay, so we're gonna pull it. We're done with 15 with the consent calendar. Now we're gonna move on to discussion items. Our first discussion item is 16A.
Mayor, I'm going to present this report. This is a report back from your meeting of June 27th, when you had an initial discussion about potential enhanced security patrols at the new Hemet Skate Plaza planned for Gibble Park. As you know, that project is under construction now, and we anticipate completion later this year. We've brought you back a few additional ideas, including the option related to patrol. And I want to walk briefly through each of those options tonight and receive feedback from the council. So to enhance security at the Skate Plaza, we're recommending consideration of 3 additional strategies. The first is lighting. And the city has received a lighting recommendation back in 2019. That lighting recommendation was later enhanced and refined. The cost estimate for the refined version is approximately $160,000. It would need to be bid out, but that's an estimate at this time. We have submitted a grant to fund 50% of that project. The nice thing about the lighting is with the controls that are available today, lighting can be turned off and set automatically to turn off at a certain hour. Additionally, the lighting can be adjusted to also adjust to security lighting. So imagine something not as bright after, let's say, 10 o'clock in the evening. Lighting is something that in many respects is already in motion, and we'll update you on the status of that grant application. Secondly, we've received a quote for a fence, and we're recommending a specific type of fence. That would be a high quality wrought iron fence, not something that can be easily damaged, but would stand the test of time. Additionally, this wrought iron fence allows for police patrols, security patrols to see through that fence from a distance. So that's a nice attribute rather than something that would be a solid type of a fence. The cost estimate for the fencing is approximately $50,000. This would be a one-time expenditure, we hope. Let me come back to the security services, which in the sequence of the staff report is covered next. and talk first about a webcam and streaming camera idea. So the concept here is an investment, one-time investment of approximately $10,000 with a camera that would be then available in not only the city's police department real-time crime center, but also in Ninth Shield's crime center, so they can keep an eye on what's happening at the skate park. This is a 1080p camera concept at 30 frames per second for all the technology wizards out there. The recurring annual cost for this to operate and monitor would be approximately $5,000. We imagine this, we also would recommend a video capability, so we would retain the ability to pull video feed from a prior period of time and look into the camera video. So the cam would be placed on the city website and advertised. We would want parents and members of the community and others to see that. We've provided an example in the staff report to the City of Lake Forest's webcam that they have on their skate park. And finally, to revisit the security services, we have entered into a contract with Ninth Shield that includes patrol of Gibble Park. But on June 27th, we talked about some options related to enhancing patrol specifically for the skate plaza. And Ninth Shield presented options related to 3 months or a year, but you can really adjust that time period to your liking. They also presented options for 8, 12, and 24 hours. And the costs are attached to each of those, but they essentially range from $30,000 to $104,000 on the 3-month options, and $118,000 to $412,000 on the 1-year options. So obviously, on the security patrol services, this is it can be more expensive than some of the other alternatives. And with that, staff is available to answer any questions you have.
In the staff report, it says $125,000 for lights, and I've heard $160,000 twice.
Right, I've updated the number. So the staff report includes an earlier estimate for the first lighting. There's an exhibit to the staff report that has a comprehensive lighting solution. That was at one point estimated to be $85,000, and we've adjusted that by 8% over the following 4 or 5 fiscal years to arrive at a $115,000 number. But after that effort, after that study was completed, a refined lighting detail was developed, and we believe that that cost estimate is going to be more in the neighborhood of $160,000 to essentially do it the way that subsequent conversations have happened on that topic. Anyone else? I like the lighting idea because we need to keep it lit. I like the fencing idea. It's only 50,000, and the streaming video. Well, actually the wrought iron too. So how much was wrought iron again? It's about $50,000. Right. Oh yeah, the fence. I already said that. Wrought iron. 50,000.
I agree with what the mayor said. I think if we do those 3 things to start out and do it on a trial basis, I think that would be a good starting point, because the additional hours and money spent for Ninth Shield seems like a lot. And I know that the Ninth Shield contract said that we can amend it at any time, but I would just rather start with these 3 items and then see how that works. And then if we need to have extra manpower, then we can address that.
I agree that those 3, the lighting, the webcam, and the fence, is an absolute necessity.
And who is going to be monitoring the webcam?
This is a camera that we can stream live. We expect every council member will be watching that live when they're not in session.
Okay.
But no,
I'll be watching.
it does help to have a webcam where parents, citizens that are interested, others, including our own security police department staff can keep an eye on the skate plaza. And if they see something, we can dispatch services to
Not
the
only
site.
the skate park, we're gonna have a pickleball court there. I think 4 pickleball courts or 6. I forgot what the last count.
Thought it was two, 4?
4.
Four?
Okay, so we're gonna have 4 pickleballs. We can probably put a stream camera there too when that comes. No, you want to keep the park
I know.
secure because this is gonna be a park for families.
You brought up
Just like
picture of
Mary Henley
hey.
Park is. It's don't make me laugh now.
I just had a picture in my mind of people playing pickleball and it was rather funny, but
Malcolm's a professional pickleball player.
okay. I'll propose.
Okay, so anyways, yes, the 3 items I think we should go forward with. Would you like to make a motion?
And just one additional point of clarification, does the council have a preference for a funding source? This can be general fund reserves. We believe it's also eligible for American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funding.
Oh, you
And of
mentioned
course,
someone that there was a funding source for 50% of.
we're active. We've submitted a grant application for the lighting
the
today.
lighting, okay.
So we obviously want to let the clock run out on that and see if we can secure 50% of the cost and offset that.
Yeah, I think grant funding, ARPA funding, and in last resort, general fund.
Agreed.
You don't have to pay the attorney for 2 months. That'd be nice.
Okay, we're all getting punchy up here.
I'll play pickleball for it.
Okay, oh.
And to further clarify, at this time, no, it does not include inclusion of bringing back a contract amendment with Night Shield. No additional.
At this point, no
at this
additional
point.
night shield, but with the option to go back to them. And
Yes, you will always have that option.
We have the option
Okay.
to bring it
let's
back.
get a motion before someone changes their minds.
Go ahead, Jackie.
I'll make a motion to fund Gibble Park Skate Park for the lighting, fencing, and cameras, with funding for the lighting to come from hopefully the grant and ARPA funds, and the rest from ARPA funds as well.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Peterson, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you all for that one. Thank you. Where are we at? 6 B? We just did B. No, B. Okay, moving on to 16B.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Monique Alanis Flater. Tonight is a discussion item to discuss the farmers market potential expansion. On February 3rd of 2020, an administrative use permit 19-004 was approved for the downtown farmers market located at 135 East Florida Avenue. The approved hours of operation include Saturday mornings from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. with earlier hours in the summer months. Approved farmers market products include produce, food, arts, crafts, business information, and entertainment. The applicant or operator of the farmers market is requesting an opportunity to modify the existing administrative use permit to allow for multiple locations in the downtown village under one permit. The existing location of the farmers market is identified in area number 1. And the applicant or the operator is requesting to expand into the downtown to allow for an expanded farmers market between the hours of 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday. So what I'd like to do at least is just to start with looking at the different locations that the operator would like the city to consider. This is the current farmers market location, which is located on the southwest corner of Florida Avenue and Harvard Street under the existing administrative use permit. The property is under private ownership, and the existing use permit is operated as an administrative use permit, which runs with the land. Area number 2 would be a proposal to allow for city parking lot area, city owned property on Front Street and State. This would allow for use of the parking area, as well as some limitations and restrictions to access into the site. Location number 3 is located on Devonshire, also along Harvard Street and Carmelita. This would also include restricted access on Harvard Street and Carmelita. A portion of the property or the portion of the site that of interest by the operator is also Riverside County Transportation Commission property. And this encompasses the area that location number 3. The operator is also requesting for the council to consider during periods of inclement weather, they allow the use of Simpson Center and the library. As identified here is a private property in which the operator of the farmers market has been in correspondence with the owner of the private property or the private ownership from Mike's Discounts. It is through this application that they were asking to include as part of it for car shows and DJs during the farmers market events. The alternative hours of operation as recommended here are Saturdays from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Or Friday and Saturday, 2 days, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. or alternatively one night a week, unless the council desires consideration of more incremental alternatives. It is recommended that as part of the farmers market that the recommended uses for the farmers market would include sale of produce, the sale of food, artists, handmade arts and crafts, city-sponsored exhibits and outreach booths, a Chamber of Commerce sponsored booth, food trucks in designated locations, live music, 1 artist per event, subject to noise restrictions in designated locations, potential for skateboard venue, exhibit area, as well as the car show identified on the private property with a DJ once per month, as well as business information booths. As we looked at the process, what it would be recommended if the council wishes to consider this option, because the expansion area is within the city owned property in the downtown. It would be recommended that that we allow for potentially a temporary use permit, which would be for a 1-year period. There's an opportunity to provide for a temporary use permit with, in conjunction with the lease agreement for the use of city property. And this would allow for a 1-year period to monitor the progress of the event. And if it was successful, then the operator could resubmit for a new temporary use permit for an additional year. It is also recommended that the existing farmers market that is currently operating under the administrative use permit would maintain its existing operating AUP separately from this proposal. So this concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions or walk through some of the sites with you.
Who would like to go first? Thank you for your presentation also. Any comments from the council? Yes, sir. Matt, would you like to come up and say anything?
Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Since I spoke last time, I was able to reach out to Mike and Al, and Mike did validate he's in full support, 100% of a car show and market on his property there at Mike's Disco. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have anything to say?
When I looked at this, I thought it was pretty ambitious, and I would like to expand the farmers market, but I think maybe it's just a little too rambunctious at the start. One of my concerns is the public works having to assist, and if it may incur any overtime, because it would have to be taken down after hours, and that would be outside of their hours, and we're trying to protect our budget. And that was the one concern I have. So I will listen and hear what other council members have to say. And I may have a couple other questions after that.
Me? Okay. I like the idea of the farmer's market. I think it is very good. We did receive comments from a lot of people that are against for one reason or the other. A lot of it does have to do with parking. One of the written comments that we received actually was very detailed in explaining how they felt about the various locations, which I thought was very good. Because I was, quite frankly, under the impression that moving it to location 3 would be a great idea. We did have a farmer's market there in the past. But interestingly enough, this person who does own a business in the downtown feels that location 2, 3, and 4 would all be very bad because, quite frankly, prior events in those locations has not really brought any businesses to downtown businesses, to the existing businesses, which I thought was very, very good. That it doesn't generate enough traffic. And so therefore, their comment was that location number 5 would be the best, but that use of the Simpson Center or the library would not be good. Using city services for any of the setup and takedown is not good. But that their independent belief on this would be, and I believe 5 is the Mike by sale drug. Is that correct? Okay. I do have a question for them, that if this location goes to a new location at number 5, Are you still wanting to retain your location at number 1? Okay, so that would be 2 locations. I'll stop right there.
What else?
I had a couple questions. So I'm glad that the presentation talked about the owners of the property and Mr. McPherson's clarification on location 5, but has anyone reached out to RCTC regarding the other sites that involve them?
I've had a conversation with the executive director of RCTC about potential use of the RCTC owned property, and it's my understanding that we have an ability to secure utilization of that space with a license agreement. So that would require us to essentially indemnify RCTC for issues that would occur on that space.
That leads into one of my other questions on the city-owned property. It says, what do we require for liability?
So any temporary use permit that we issue would also require insurance to be procured in the name of the city, or naming the city as an additional insured, and would require defense and indemnification of the event organizer in favor of the city.
I also have concerns with providing city services pro bono, or requiring the city to purchase booths. And then based on the comments that we've received, I'm just wondering if there's any way we could do a parking analysis to just see what's available and when other businesses are operating, if it's at the same time as the market, and if there are impacts to that.
Right, Matt, right now, you go from 9 to 2 on Saturdays. You want to change, you're only going to operate from 5 to 9?
Can you speak into the mic for the folks at home, or approach the podium?
Yes, currently our hours are 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. That seems to be the optimal hours for the vendors and attendees. It works best with our demographic.
And then could you explain what Monique was talking about using 4 and 5, the library and Simpson Center, for rain?
Well, like what we just recently saw, where it was 110 for 3 weeks. We had a lot of vendors that wanted to set up even in that, and out of precaution, Diana and I were like, no, let's take a break. But we have diehard vendors that want to do it rain or shine. And I thought if we had access to a facility such as Simpson Center or the library, we could accommodate 20, 30 vendors and still hold our market, and it would benefit everybody. And it would make good use of the Simpson Center, which is just kind of sitting there. And it's a tremendous facility. And I know you guys just dumped, I don't know what, 900,000 into it. So I think it's ready to go. Any more questions? Or
I personally like 1 and 1, 3, and 5. How are you going to deal with let's say National Night Out? What's going to happen to you guys if you guys work at 3?
What do you mean? If there's like a conflict
Only one day
between?
out of the year they can close.
Yeah, we would figure out some way to cooperate or work together or incorporate that into our market, which I think would be the best thing. You know, then you'd have everybody attending, you know, and it's corporate. And that's another thing I'm upset I didn't do yet. I've been so busy, but I've made a point to go to every downtown business and let them know you get a free booth. You know, we're going to give you each a free booth for like a month to try it out, see if you like it. And after that, we'll figure out some discounted rate, you know, so I don't want them paying money to set up right across the street. I want this to benefit everybody, especially the downtown businesses. It's the reason we didn't have a beer garden. It's the reason we don't offer a lot of things that are sold right across the street. The Codex skateboard shop. I see them out skateboarding all the time on Front Street, and I see people pulling over. My mother and I drive by and think this is great. You know, it's a good precursor to the skate park that's going to come, and it's kids engaging in stuff that they should be doing, you know, not stuck at home on video games or doing drugs. They're out there engaging in exercise and doing stuff, and it benefits the community. So I thought incorporating that market into the skate exhibition into our market would be a good thing. And it would benefit this skateboard shop that just opened and nobody even knows it's there. In addition to the comic book shop, you know, comic books and skateboard culture go hand in hand. So I thought along Front Street, we would highlight all those businesses that line along Harvard and Florida right there and offer them a free space. And if they like it, continue. If they don't, I don't know, but this is going to be a trial and error process. Just like our market since we've started, we've had a lot of bumps along the way, but we're still doing great. We're consistent. We're, you know, like I said, working on our, I think, 6th year lighting a tree. And we have a good group. I mean, we provide a business venue for 40, 50 different vendors, you know, weekly. You know, so you want to reach out to local businesses and stuff. Every week we provide a venue for 40 small businesses to come and do their thing, you know, artists. So cheesy. I mean, that guy has done a tremendous, and he's, I think, one of the only food trucks we have in the city of Hemet that I know of. He was the one that pioneered the way, you know, and it was Carly. Carly brought him to our market and said, you guys need to get together and figure out this food truck thing. And here we are 3 years later, the market's doing awesome and his food truck is very successful. So I'd like to see more of that. And if we have to cooperate with people who don't agree, then that's what we do. But I don't see any problem with the food truck parking along a curb and trying to make a living. That's what we're trying to support and encourage. So any more questions?
I have a question, a couple questions. I've been to many farmers markets. My wife loves them. My family loves to go, and we've been to yours. And I think the city benefits from expanding. I'd rather see a farmer's market than homeless people cluttering businesses and areas that, you know, they just stay and loiter and make big messes. I'd rather see a farmer's market. And I think that brings an attraction to the city. And, you know, maybe, you know, you need to think it out, figure out the complaints that you got, find out how you can work those out. But I'm for it because cities prosper with that, with farmers markets. I've been to many of them. Santa Barbara has all kinds of them down, you know, the beach area when you walk down the beach, and they're everywhere. So, you know, we should have something like that. It's good for families. Families can go and enjoy themselves. So
when I was in college up at UC Santa Cruz, the farmers market was the focal point of the entire community. And I mean, everybody was there every Wednesday, rain or shine. And that was 25 years ago. And that's when I brought back this vision. I thought, you know, we don't have a farmers market here. And up in Santa Cruz, it was the catalyst. I mean, the focal point of everything that happened downtown. And it all emerged from that. And that's what I'm trying to create. But senses, I'm a big thing of the 5 senses. Like when you drive by, you see, you smell the food, you hear the bands, you know, you get people, half of our attendees, I'm always going around, I see people I don't recognize that are new to our market. Say, hey, what made you come here? Did you see a post on Facebook? Did you see a poster? They go, we were just driving by. You know, we drove by, smelled the food, heard the music, we pulled over. So the location has been more than anything the best marketing tool we ever had. And now that it's the you know, the centerpiece for our tree and the parade, and I think we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah. So
your 5th location, you said it was primarily for car shows. So would it be every week a car show, or what if they didn't want to do a car show that week? What would happen then?
I was approached by the car show guys and Al, and he said, man, we're having these car shows, but we don't really have a permit. How could we do this? And that's what started the whole thing. I wasn't even planning on including that, but I thought, you know, let's include them and let them keep all the proceeds from that area, you know, so I'm not stepping on their toes. They get to keep having the car show. Everybody's happy, and it's blanketed over our permit. So nothing's unpermitted. Everything's cool. And I was doing it to try and be amicable, to try and, you know, stretch a an olive branch out because given the situation downtown, there's a lot of tension. So I'm as much as abrasive as I am, I try and always extend an olive branch and try and make right. So that was that. And that's why I was kind of taken aback when they said Mike was adamantly against it. And I was like, I just spoke with them. This is the reason I came here, was to promote it. So I don't know if they were misinformed or what, there's other motives, but he's all for it. And currently on the proposal that Monique sent me, it's the city's recommending once a month, which I'm not objecting to, but I would like to see it maybe more than once a month, but that's a good start. Like you said, it's going to be a trial and error process. So
You said you have about 40 vendors now each week?
yeah, and we turn away a lot more.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you had all these 4 locations, I'll say then, not with the cars, you think you could fill those potentially?
Previously, the Apremians did. And we have, she was the one that gave this market to me. She had the farmer's market back up until 2020, 2019. And then her husband, Crickor, passed away. And so she approached me and said, hey, I have this list of like 200 vendors. Would you consider you have the perfect location? You got your own parking. So yeah, let's try it out. So we started doing it, and then some things worked, some things didn't work. But having to turn away all these vendors because we don't have enough space. That's when I've been telling to Diana, when we get to a certain point, our initial thing, like I spoke with Malcolm and Carly, was we were going to close down South Harvard. But I looked at all the bureaucracy that was involved. You got to contact Caltrans. You got to cordon off the road. There's security. You got to notify them 90 days in advance. You got to do it all the time. It was just too much red. And then you got to get the cooperation of the surrounding property owners, which I know would have been a tremendous problem. And that's why I looked at, where is there no parking? Or where is there no cars ever? You go to Front Street, all I ever see is dumpsters and trash and homeless people. There's never cars, maybe 2 cars behind after 5. That's why I was kind of surprised when they said it's going to affect the parking. I was thinking, well, don't you want patrons to come in and buy beer at your, and fill up the parking lots? Because all those people are going to want to drink and buy food and walk up and down Harvard. And isn't that what we're trying to encourage? So, but yeah, I feel confident that we can fill it up. But yeah, it's going to be a bumpy process, but I feel confident the first couple weeks it will be booming. And then where we go from there, we'll expand on what works. But if we create, just like the Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. I'm a firm believer in that. And that's what helped our downtown market. We just provided a venue, and slowly but surely it's growing. Even though we're surrounded by boarded up buildings and a lot of homeless people, it still continues to grow. So I hope that answers your questions.
Anybody else have anything else?
Well, I'm just thinking that we have other business owners, Simon's here. Would you even be interested, Simon, in partnering up and doing something like this? This is good for the city. I'm sorry? Yes, definitely. Come on. Yeah. Business has got to work together. And a farmer's market's great for the city. You have a lot of properties. You can
council member
do something also.
First of all, I wish I could speak English as good as Matthew McPherson. So I have a very heavy accent, especially when I get nervous. And I have a very heavy accent. I'm trying to say the best I could. Okay, personally, I support farmers market. I fully support. It's better for the downtown.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And a few months ago, I even wrote a letter and to the council members. I really support it. Okay, but most of my tenants, they are kind of against it. It's not me, because they worry about the parking space.
That's understandable.
Yeah, that's the first thing, right? And the secondary, I'm sorry, okay, I'm not trying to attack nobody, right? That person speak before me was very good actor. Okay, I'm sorry. I wish I could be that way. Okay?
I don't want to hear about.
Okay, so what happened, right? He never talked to my tenant, any one of them. The one was the beauty salon, the owners right here. So Mike, he has a problem to speak in public, just like me, like nervous. So I asked him, he said they never talked to him about the Mike super bargain. he's my tenant. He just texted me. He just want to take his parking space. Okay, he said yes, but Mike just texted me 2 times in my phone. My concern is more than that. My concern, again, I support that. My concern is that this gentleman come to my property, my parking lot, hit me twice with his car. And that.
I don't want to hear about disputes.
Okay,
I
then
just-
explain to
I
you.
wanted that, I just asked you a question if you're
Yes.
interested.
I'm interested if it's not about the public safety plus my tenant. Okay. So don't, if you want to do anything like that, I would pitch in. I will volunteer to do that. I'm not gonna ask city donate any money at all.
No, we're not asking
Yeah,
you to do
so,
that.
so I
it's-
would
it's just that
volunteer to do that for nonprofit.
You own
to help a
buildings,
city.
you own buildings downtown. Why
Yes.
couldn't we have a farmer's market around your buildings also?
I'm not against it. Again, I'm not against it. Okay.
I'm just trying to
Yeah.
get you guys to work
Yes,
together,
yes.
that's all. I mean,
I'm not against it because he even want to sue City of Hammond for $1 million. He told me that.
yeah,
That's on the,
Okay,
I have that. Okay.
we're not talking about.
So he threatened the city.
Okay.
And they have to put social media about all the council members, say I bribery the
All right,
council
Simon,
member.
Simon.
You know,
I
so
don't
that's
wanna hear
that's too much. Every
All
time I
right.
talk to people, they say bribery.
that. Okay, thank
So
you,
that's not, it's gonna create a problem for the city of
Okay.
him. I believe
right.
that.
thank you.
So thank you, yeah.
Well, does
I-
anyone have anything else to say?
I actually would like to ask Public Works a question or two.
Come on, Charles, you're part of Public Works.
Okay, so if the farmer's market goes till 9 o'clock, is that going to be overtime if we take away down the barriers and all the signs and everything? And is there a way we can leave it till morning for the morning shift?
Well, it's Saturday, so that would be overtime typically for public works staff anyway.
Leave it till Monday.
I really couldn't see the streets that were being blocked off, but are streets being blocked off or what's being blocked off?
There's a couple of streets that have barriers, yeah.
Matt, you require streets to be blocked off?
Can we get you to speak into the mic for the public?
We could get by with just cones. I just thought the city would prefer barriers or whatever. I was just throwing out whatever, but we've always just used cones and they've worked fine.
Is that feasible?
No, I mean, we would need to follow the California traffic laws in order to block off the streets. And cones wouldn't be sufficient for that.
Understandable.
So how many hours of overtime do you think that would cost to? Because if it's on a Saturday, it's all overtime. So you'd have to set it up and then you'd have to take it down. So how many man hours do you think that would take?
The minimum two
6?
per, so yeah, at least 6 hours.
Public Works previously set up barriers for the other market that was behind the library back in the day. That was the reasoning for my asking.
6 hours seems like a lot.
I got a fix for this.
We pay a minimum 2 hours for call out. It would have to be on call out, so.
I got
it's
a fix
minimum
for
2 hours.
this.
So it'll be 4 hours, minimum 4 hours, but if anything, could equal 6.
Donate your truck to the American Legion and I'll get the American Legion to go set them up and take them down. And we'll store them right there at the Legion.
Problem
Problem
solved.
solved.
Like Travis said, that truck has equipment on the back of it.
Well, we'll take it off. We got welders. We can weld things, take them off, fix it. I'm serious. I do not gesture right now, but that's a fix. I mean, I was supposed to be a part-time code enforcement anyways, wasn't I? We need more of the farmer's market, whether we do the whole thing or do partial, we need to extend it. Go ahead.
And this is a question for Mr. McPherson, that out of all of these locations, if you had a choice to pick one, which one would you pick?
Probably the one with the largest geographic location, which would be 3,
3,
I believe. Isn't
Is
that
that
the one
Harvard?
behind the library?
Harvard Street,
Harvard Street,
200 block of North
considering
Harvard Street.
it offers the largest
That's
piece of land.
what I was thinking, that that would be an ideal location, but we're also run into the fact that I do not and will not approve using the library or the Simpson Center for bathrooms or any other type of thing. So do you have plans to put up porta potties and take care of the needs of people that come to the farmer's market?
Only if the Simpson Center and Library is not approved.
Well, the library isn't open till 9 o'clock on Saturdays.
We'll look at that when we get to that point. If we have to get porta potties, we will get porta potties.
And what about all of these other requests from public works and police? And
I asked for everything, hoping to get a little
yes,
bit.
you did. And I appreciate that, because if you don't ask for it, you're never going to get it anyway.
That's why I asked for everything, hoping to just get just a little help.
You know, what I'd like to suggest is that, given that location, I'm not against adding another location. I really am not. And that we had a successful farmers market in that location for years, and it was good. And I think the evening probably lends a little bit more, because it does get hot and then it gets really cold. But I like the idea of an evening market. But if we could go with that and send it back to work with staff, work out details, and then bring an exact back to us, if that, after talking with the businesses, I mean, that is one of the things we need, is agreement of businesses. And as Carol said, parking issues. Where do people park? I know there's a lot of public parking downtown, and a lot of people don't realize it's public parking. But I think something like that would really work. I mean, it's been a good location in the past. There's no reason why it can't be a good location now, but there's a lot of details that have to get worked out, and a lot of details that staff needs to work on with you to come to some type of consensus and agreement on how this is going to work. And we also need the agreement and buy-in of the downtown businesses.
Agreed.
Talking about 3 and 1, or 1 existing.
Well, he said he's keeping 1 no matter what.
Yeah. And
So
expanding
this would be the addition of the 200 block of North Harvard, where we had National Night Out.
The one advantage for my vendors is it allows a pull-up booth, which we don't have at our market, which a lot of vendors don't come because the ones that used to go to the library said the only reason we went, we could pull our car right up and unload. We didn't have to carry stuff. It was so convenient. And see, that's going to attract another 50, 60 vendors that left. They're all just, that's the one thing they're all harping on, is they want that parking space back so they can pull right up.
There were some issues with that the old farmers market had the use of the street. They did not have the use of RCTC property, and RCTC is a stickler. And could you do it without any infringement on RCTC, or are you willing to do a licensing agreement with them and take all that liability?
I'm willing to do a license agreement, take on the liability. I'm used to risk.
You go. City property, and it's in use.
Oh, yeah, right there, right behind.
Sure. You have to be recognized in order to speak. I'm sorry. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Could you speak into the mic at the podium?
Oh,
Yes.
here we go, man. Get on the mic.
I mean, the GTE building
For the
has been
record.
vacant for years. I don't know if that's Petty's property or if that's city property, but that parking lot is massive. I mean, it moves the vendors away from city, but it alleviates your parking problem. So it's one or the other. You're going to face one problem or another. Oakland and Buena Vista. Look at it on Google Maps. It's massive.
I know what you're talking about.
That's a massive
Who owns
parking
that
lot.
property?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's
Your
Petty's or
property?
not.
It's the EMWD property.
Huh?
I believe he's referring to the EMWD property at
Backs behind Genesis Construction.
it's at Buena Vista in Oakland, I believe.
Yeah, right on the
That's
corner.
not ours.
Thank you, sir.
LP Denny is on the
Former
other side of it
EMW.
as well.
Thank you.
I like Linda's idea to start out for you. I really want to support you guys, and I don't see why we can't add 5. I mean, because that doesn't have that much of an impact on anything else, and that would be for the car show.
So 1, 3, and 5,
Yeah.
like that.
That sounds
Is
good.
that good with you?
That sounds great. Yeah. That
And
sounds-
then just work with Public Works, planning, whoever you need to do.
That was Malcolm's idea. He said it earlier. Okay. So let's make a motion and get this.
So it would be helpful for me to
Council
receive some
direction.
clarification on a couple of items, so staff can proceed. What, from a process standpoint, what we need to do is work on developing a temporary use permit and bringing that back to you for formal approval with conditions and receiving insurance, et cetera, before that would be signed. So a couple of things that were discussed tonight that we will incorporate into the future discussions is locations 1, 3, and 5.
Hold on, sir, please. I'd like to make a motion to continue this meeting past 10 o'clock.
I'll second.
Okay. Curly seconded.
I have a motion by Mayor Mail, second by Councilmember Peterson to continue the meeting past 10 o'clock. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Continue, please.
So the council direction is to work on expansion to locations 1, 3, and 5. We will be using a temporary use permit process. The staff will discuss options related to securing parking lots, et cetera. I think we will also cover issues like the porta potty discussion, also trash receptacles. There was a discussion, or there was a reference to exempting city participation in the park into the market. So any fees associated with that, we would exempt the city. And then with respect to the parking analysis reference, is there interest in the staff doing some form of a parking analysis to understand the parking capacity?
Yes, that would include the hours of operation for some of the businesses that might be impacted and kind of what, if we can, without having to hire someone to do a formal parking analysis is, maybe start doing some site surveys and just, taking note of how many cars are parked there. And like I said, just between the hours that the farmer's market would operate, it's which businesses are open and what parking lots are within a 300-foot radius that could be utilized.
Looking at keeping it as Saturday night from 5 to 9.
And then I think what we'll do is we'll put together, it will be helpful for us to put together a summary of the event, mock it up, and then make sure that businesses receive a copy of what that looks like, awareness of when your next council action would be on consideration of the use of the temporary use permit. And if, to the extent we can, inventory feedback from the businesses, we can share that feedback with you. I think I've covered everything.
Right.
Would the temporary use permit come back to city council?
Well, that's true. We have, go ahead.
So typically a temporary use
I
permit.
can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Typically, a temporary use permit is an administrative process in which the city reviews the overall operation plan, but if the direction is to come back to council to take a look at the project or the overall details, we can certainly provide that.
Thank you.
So in just speaking with the city attorney, we would need to bring a license agreement back to the city for use of the city's parking lot. And so there will be some action. I think it would be helpful to bring the full concept back to you before we proceed further.
Usually when we have different levels of review, whatever the highest level is, it all comes to that level. So since there will be agreements for the use of city property, in addition to the TUP, it will probably bring it all forward as one package to the city council.
The licensing for the use of North Harvard Street.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right.
And a portion of a parking lot, I believe. If I'm looking at the slide correctly, there's a parking lot in between Carmelita and yes.
Oh, okay.
Motion? Oh, you don't need a motion? Oh, okay. Good. You can take that with you. Thank you. And thank you guys. You guys were great out there. Come back and visit us. No, no. Oh, where are we? I guess it's back to business. Which one was that? Oh. We're gonna move on to 16C.
Yes, good evening again.
Presentation, please.
All right, as you all know, the chiller at the library suffered a catastrophic failure at the end of April this year. Then at the end of May, council authorized staff to procure a temporary rental chiller to restore library operations until a permanent solution could be implemented. Public Works staff worked with 3 vendors, being Train, Fujitsu, and Johnson Controls, to explore the best overall solution and value to the city. Fujitsu recommended a variable flow refrigerant solution that was promising with some potential energy efficiency benefits. This technology may be better known to you as the mini split systems, but they offer those conceptual systems scaled up for buildings of that size. Unfortunately, the solution would have required a bit more labor in replacing the chiller because each of the 54 fan coil units would need to be modified. So staff gave them a deadline and we did not receive a firm proposal from them. They needed more time. They were working with different contractors and they couldn't provide us a firm proposal. So both Train USA and Johnson Controls recommended air-cooled chiller systems to replace the failed water-cooled chiller. The existing water-cooled chiller is a Train system, so they were the first vendor that was engaged and that staff received a replacement proposal from. The existing chiller to be replaced is a 120-ton unit. Train proposed replacement chiller that fell within their standard equipment was a 140-ton unit. And Johnson Controls proposed a York unit that is a 118-ton unit. In discussing with facility staff, the capacity has never really been an issue with the existing system, and we're confident that the proposed York unit proposed by Johnson Controls, it would be plenty adequate. The Train unit would require upgrading the electric service from a 600 amp service to an 800 amp service. And so the 600 amp service is adequate for the York system. That upgrade had significant costs that was included in the Train's proposal. Train's proposal also assumed that they would be installing their proprietary control system and connecting to the existing control valves at each of the 54 fan coil units. However, if any of those 20-year-old valves were non-functional, a change order would be needed for replacing those. The Johnson Control proposal includes replacing all of those control valves and running new control wire for integration with their Metasys building automation control system. Therefore, staff is recommending awarding the Johnson Control proposal for the chiller replacement and control replacement work. After the completion of the chiller replacement and controls being worked, control work being contemplated this evening, that does leave one outstanding task to complete the overall ventilation improvement project at the library. And that task is to repair the air handlers on the roof that are currently non-operational. The scope will be investigated and awarded separately than this, and it's anticipated that we will have enough budget in the project to complete that work. And that concludes my presentation and recommendation.
Go ahead, Carol.
You know what I'm going to ask, right? The bid's expired.
The train bid was definitely expired, but I did have an email confirmation from a couple weeks ago from our vendor saying that they would hold it till August 20th. So.
I only asked because the city I work for, we went through significant issues with expired bids, so I'm always going to ask.
Okay.
Are you going with Johnson Controls though?
That is what I'm recommending.
Okay.
Yes.
What's the plan to protect it from being, the parts being taken out of it?
You mean it in its location? I mean, it has the wall and it is pretty secure where that chiller is located. The temporary chiller is outside and it's just, you know, got the temporary fence around it right now. But
the wall rested too? Or is it just the stuff on the wall? There's a lot of rust in there.
Inside the yeah. I mean, it's mostly concrete. Everything would be removed except for, you know, to the concrete to put in the new chiller.
When is the estimated time of replacement?
The lead time for the entire project, I think we had in there was 52 weeks. So basically a year.
How many?
52. So basically 1 year from.
That's what I thought. Yeah, 52 weeks.
Yes.
So we're going to keep the rental chiller there for a whole year and pay on that.
That's what we would.
What's the total cost going to be on that?
We're paying like $9,000 a month right now for that.
Wow. Wow. Are we going to need it when winter comes? If it comes?
We'll see. I don't think we'd want to get rid of it and then bring another one in spring. So, you know.
I'll make a motion to approve this item.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Kendrick. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0.
Costing us, Kathy. We love you though. That's why we're doing this. I'll get it. Oh, wait a minute. We're done, aren't we? Let's move on to city council and staff reports. We'll now move on to city council and staff reports. Mayor to call each member. Okay. Let's start off with Council Member Kendrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I did watch the July 18th Planning Commission that had an introduction to the general plan land use element. The Planning Commission did have a lot of questions, so I'd like to see a follow-up from staff back to the Planning Commission and all the questions they had regarding that presentation. The Western Regional, the RCA is dark for August, so I have nothing to report on that. And that ends my report.
Council Member Krupa.
Okay. I would like to have the city manager set up a meeting for the Hemet Housing Authority with Malcolm and me and grants and himself. And talk about some interesting grants that are coming out that we may have some ability to get that would add to our housing stock and maybe solve some of our other homeless problems. And I'd also like, it's time to set up an investment oversight committee meeting, which would probably be sometime in September. And that would bring Tori on board. And I think that's also the quarterly time for an investment oversight committee meeting. The Hemet Library trustees, now that we are a full board of 5, we are having the first meeting in council chambers this Thursday at 10 a.m. So it'll be a new experience for our trustees sitting up here at the dais and being recorded and televised and all of that other good stuff. Everything else basically on here has been dark for either the month of July or the month of August, except for the League of California Cities. We did have a meeting which has been reported on, and I believe 2 days ago was Aaron Sasse's last day as the Riverside Division Executive Director, and we will be taken care of by, I believe, the person that does San Bernardino County until a new person is appointed. And then, of course, the League of Cities annual conference is in September in Sacramento, and I believe we're all going. That's it.
Okay. Councilmember Peterson.
I have a long one tonight. I've been doing things.
Somebody has to, right?
The Infrastructure Commission met on July 17th, and most of what I was going to say on what's going on in the city, Noah Rao gave in his Public Works presentation, so I'm not going to bore you with that again, and it's a great job. We did discuss the Veterans Memorial Policy and Procedures, and the City Council approved the agenda item on July 11th and forwarded it to the Infrastructure Commission for review. And one concern of theirs was that if there was a special case, it read, the mayor would decide. Okay, that was probably an oversight on our part. So I'm not sure how we're going to do this, but I would like that brought back, I guess, and have the city council approve to change that to the ad hoc. Because if the ad hoc is going to recommend people for inclusion on the memorial, we're going to bring it to the city council for approval. So a special case should be the same scenario, I would say. So I am requesting that be brought back with that one change, that special cases would be approved by the ad hoc and then come to city council. So that's about all I had on the Infrastructure Commission. Ramona Bowl has met twice since our last meeting. They had the election of officers, and Joel Grinstaff is the new president now. And there's some exciting updates for our new website. There is a lady named Trinity, and she is just dynamite. I mean, she is just going with this website, and it's going to be totally different and totally new and very much improved. So we're all excited.
Can I add something to that wasn't discussed last night? Trinity Houston and our city manager went to school together and graduated together. Powerful class.
Very powerful class.
And there's 2 really good events that are coming up, one in August, one in September, that we're putting together and promoting, especially the one in August. It's on Friday, August 18th, and it's an excellent Selena tribute by the Coma Law Floor Band. And the tickets are $20 pre-sale and $25 at the door. And for most events, parking is $5. The second event will be called a September 16th Fiesta. And they're going to have 3 bands and a special menu of food and special drink menu. So there's going to be some extra things there. And they're having tables that you can reserve for $30 per person. And with that, you'll have your own server for food and drinks and whatever. So that's a little different. And then also they'll have additional seating. And again, the tickets would be 20 pre-sale and 25 at the door. And Ramona Bowl will once again have Boo at the Bowl. And then Halloween is on a Tuesday this year. So Boo at the Bowl will be October 27th through the 29th. And that is Friday through Sunday. So it's a 3-day weekend event. So that was the Ramona Bowl. On July 20th, I had the privilege of going to La Palma for the first time to be involved in the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority. And it was the annual board of directors meeting. And they have a very impressive facility. And it was really a nice evening. We had dinner, we had election of officers, we had a presentation of what they had been doing this past year. And they're going to acquire another building right next to the one that they presently have. And they also bought a building across the street they're going to turn into a production studio. And they invited us to come and use their facility anytime for meetings, and eventually when they have the production and stuff, if we want to do things for the city and probably get some publicity and PR out there. So that was pretty neat. They were very happy about all the training that they had done this past year for all the cities. And by the way, they have 126 cities that participate. There were people from the Bay Area down to San Diego to like the Arizona border. I mean, I was really surprised that it was like that far reaching, and it was very interesting. But they've been doing training in person and online, and it's been a very successful program, and they encourage all cities to use their training. And they said that they had many sidewalk inspections and repairs prevented, many claims this past year, and they also help with ADA compliance. So if we have some of those issues, they might be willing to help us on that. So, and we had risk management awards were presented, and a strategic plan and overview of the operations was presented. So, and of note was the new date for the annual meeting will be the 4th Wednesday of July. And I guess in the past, it's been the 3rd Wednesday of July, but they made a note of that. So they already know when it's going to be next year. So it's the 4th Wednesday of July. And then yesterday I went to the Riverside Council of Governments in Riverside. And some of the agenda items were the guidelines and framework to evaluate new WRCOG programs and initiatives. And the purpose was to fully disclose potential short and long-term impacts of new programs and projects. And they presented 3 different potential options for us to choose on how we wanted to implement this program. And they ultimately chose a checklist with defined outcomes to convey information regarding both the positive and negative aspects of a new program or project. And I found that pretty interesting, and that's might be something that we could use for some of our programs in the future, is a checklist like that shows the shortcomings and, you know, the positive things. So, and also at that meeting, they talked about the Love Your Neighborhood program. And earlier this year, we used their services for the cleanup of the Simpson Park. And, you know, I knew that they give you a lot of goodies for cleanup, you know, the garbage bags, the picker-uppers, I don't know what they're called, and all those, you know, all the things that you need for a city cleanup. But they also will help you with publicity in that. So you can advertise, and they'll help you with getting the word out that you're having a project in your city. And they did report on their presentation that in that cleanup, we collected 0.41 tons of debris up by Simpson Park. So I was kind of surprised in that. So yeah, so that was good. And then some of the members regarding that program, one of the members suggested we have a rolling calendar. so that we know what's going on in each city, because some cities partner with other cities, and one city didn't know another city was doing something, and they do a lot of things together. So we might institute something like that. So and then 2 items were decided on for reimbursement of transportation uniform mitigation fee, known as the TUMF. City of Murrieta for the right-of-way and construction phases of the Murrieta Hot Springs Road Improvements Project. And then for construction phase with the city of Temecula on the Diaz Road Expansion project. So they're doing a lot of construction over in that area and improving all their major roads over there. So, and this isn't actually a report, but I just wanted to say that I went to the National Night Out last week, and it was very well attended. And I think everybody had a really, really good time. And I heard from people that had been there many years in a row, our policemen, our firemen, other people, they thought it was the best one ever. And there was good comments from the public, and there were great demonstrations, there were giveaways and more information booths. And I just want to say congratulations to the city of Hemet.
Pro Tem Lilienthal.
All of my meetings were dark.
All right, mine's real quick. Skate park, there's going to be a delay on the opening due to the heat. When you pour concrete in heat, has a tendency to dry fast, crack, and we don't want that to happen. So they kind of delayed the pouring of concrete on some of the days that it was really bad. So it's not going to be that long of a hold, but it will be a little delay, maybe a month, hopefully not. The League of California Cities, Aaron Sassy did go to another business, and Laura Varela took her place, and she's the Regional Public Affairs Manager for the Inland Empire and Desert Mountains Division. So she's taking Aaron's place now. One more, Western Riverside Council of Governments, dark. Maybe not, but it was for me. And that is it. Oh, no. I know you're looking at me over there. I did a ride along with the police last Friday. It was great. I enjoyed it. I did my ride along with a fire about 3 weeks prior to that, which I had a really good time also. But the police was awesome. And I remember you and I were going back and forth here with Cal Cities. You know what 3/4 of our stops were? Homeless. No Cal Cities around, and just a lot of trash. But Captain Ariano helped. I helped. We cleaned up an area. We got rid of the homeless there, cleaned up the area that they left it real bad. But everything turned out well. I enjoyed myself. I had Captain Ariano go with me to the Legion afterwards. We had dinner. We had fajitas there. I think he enjoyed it. So maybe he'll come back. Maybe he won't. I don't know. But everyone's welcome. The police force, fire department's welcome to come and eat at the Legion every Friday from 5 to 7. And they get their meal half off. Right, Santa? It's only $10. So if you pay $5, you get a good 3-course meal. Do we have, isn't that the cleanup for the nonprofits? It's ours for September 19th then, right? Okay, September 19th or August 19th. I'm sorry, August 19th. Okay, and before we close, I made a mistake. We lost 3 CAL FIRE firefighters on Sunday on a helicopter crash, and I was supposed to open up with our deepest condolences. And CAL FIRE Assistant Chief Josh Bischoff, Fire Captain Tim Rodriguez, and Pilot Tony Sosa died in a helicopter crash on August 6, 2023. These men were all based at the Hemet Ryan Airport and were part of a 6 aircraft battling the Broadway fire near Cabazon. Today, we lowered our flags to half-mast, and we will be adjourning our meeting tonight in their memory. Before we adjourn, I'm sorry. City manager, what's your report?
I just want to say a quick welcome to Tori Roberts, our new admin services director. You met her today, and we're looking forward to working with her. Thank you.
And we're gonna skip the ad hoc committee reports. And what I do want to do is close with, I would like to close this meeting in honor of our three heroes that lost their lives doing what they love doing, protecting human life. We can just have a quick moment of silence. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. I now end this council meeting. I lost my paperwork. I don't know where it went. Until September 13th, correct? We're dark on the 4th. Thank you for all coming.